that.
It's where Yelitsa Marquina fights through her pain and tears after she says her father, Andres Marquina, was arrested from his Waukegan home early Sunday morning by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents. She says the 44-year-old grandfather came to the U.S. from Mexico nearly 30 years ago.
They will open the door because they thought maybe one of us were in trouble or something happened to us. Never did anything that would have been nice.
Yulitza, who was born in the U.S., is one of many people now seeking legal help at Pastor Julie Contreras' place of worship.
I had a 4-year-old crying, fearing deportation. That is not making America great again.
Their concerns coming as ICE agents began to sweep through the Chicago area from Berwyn, where this cell phone video was captured, to Albany Park, where a Guatemalan immigrant spoke to ABC7 while asking us to hide his identity.
I opened the curtain and saw that it said police. When I saw the agents get out, they had the building surrounded. So they entered. They went up and started knocking on the doors really loudly. My children started crying.
The fear is that they will detain other people around them, maybe that live there or maybe that just happen to interact with them. And that's why it's important that folks know their rights and that they don't have to answer any questions.
Arming people with that education in hopes they're prepared for the possible arrival of immigration enforcement.
I'm already heartbroken myself.
We came here because she wanted a better life for us. She wanted a better education for us. She wanted for us to have a better future. And now this is all going to be taken away because of him. Because of that stupid, oh my God, stupid felon. He's a felon. He's a villain. He's a felon. I don't want him here anymore. I can't. I'm not coming back. I'm never coming back here until he leaves the house. He's ruining my life, her life, and the life of every single immigrant in this country.
I just want to say that I'm so sorry. How many people are getting attacked? The children. I don't understand. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something, but I can't. I don't know what to do. I'll try everything, I promise.
Are you distraught after the recent presidential election? Here at Don't Cry Cryo, we understand your pain, and we're here to help. Our expert team of cryogenic care providers can cryogenically freeze you until the Trump presidency has ended. No more crying, no more anxiety attacks, just blissful sleep until Trump is gone. When you awaken from your slumber, we'll even have a party ready and waiting for you. It will be like his presidency never even happened. It was all just a bad dream. As an added bonus, you can choose the Vance add-on package. We'll extend your sleep for an additional 4 years at a 50% discount in the event J.D. Vance wins the next presidential election. Everything will be okay. We're here to take care of you in your time of need. So remember, don't cry, cryo.
Where am I? Oh, please tell me it's over. Wait, something isn't right.
This is your captain, Elon Musk. I want to be the first one to welcome you to Mars.
No!
Sorry, Donald Trump Jr. was just elected president, and he deported all Don't Cry Cryo customers to Mars.
What the...
I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't react that way. To all the people crying and screaming and doing everything. But then maybe we should. You see, they're all out there, all over the place, crying, screaming, making noise, trying to find ways to hide under buildings. It's as if they never saw the last year. The last year of Donald Trump campaigning from city to city to, well, you know what? That's because they probably didn't see it. That's probably because MSNBC and CNN and ABC and blah, 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 they didn't cover his campaign rallies. They didn't cover any of the speeches he made. They barely asked any questions about it during the debate. So there's probably a lot of libnuts out there who are like, what in the heck is going on? And why are we receiving no sympathy? Because this is what we wanted. This is what we voted for. What you're seeing, we've been waiting. Come on, get to November. Get to November. All right, now we're at November. Get to January 20th. All of us were like, oh my God, we cannot wait to see what this man does. And now we're all sitting back with having to get refill after refill of popcorn because this is specifically what we voted for. Every single rally, every single speech, I am going to send them back. He made no bones about it. Tom Homan, for months, we're going to send them back. He told anybody, anytime he stood up in front of a microphone, yeah, y'all going. We're going to have the biggest mass deportation in history. And it's like the media never even listened. And now they're all having contortions and conniptions because they can't seem to understand he's really doing it. Well, see, you're so used to politicians that blow smoke up your butt. You're so used to politicians that promise you the world and deliver nothing that you don't even understand or even comprehend that this man told all of his people, I'm gonna do this when I get in, and now he's actually doing it. So you know what has happened? It's made us really happy, and it's cementing his base, and it's growing this big tent. It's getting worse by the day for the Democrats because, as I've said, there is no leadership. There is no counter. The fact that you got people, that the celebrities have now entered the room. I wish I could do more. I wish. Too late. If you want to do more, you should have told them and cut records and commercials and movies and said, don't come. That's what you should have done a long time ago. Hey, this isn't the way to do it. But no, you guys didn't do it. You stood along and stood around and you just let it happen. It was so great. America, DEI, and everything else, and 18 colors under the rainbow. Everything is fine. And you didn't know. You didn't listen to that ride at Disney, Selena Gomez. She's a Disney star. You didn't listen if you've ever ridden the monorail. When it says, this is about to come to an abrupt halt. Because if you had listened to the warning that was given for a year, none of this would be catching any of you by surprise. And I'm telling you right now, January 27th, Trump is not going to have to deport 10, 12 million people. These people are heading for the border right now, and I'm not talking about Taco Bell. They don't want to be on that list of somebody who got caught and got told, here's the handcuffs, here's the ankle bracelets, and your life is just completely disrupted. I mean, your life is going to be disrupted anyway as they show you the door, but at least you can go someplace and sleep and eat and have some degree of comfort and not be a prisoner. Because right now, that's what you are. And I'm tired of the left complaining. I don't even effing care. What you did to this country for the last 4 years, you deserve this pain. If it's really pain, you don't care. We know you're faking it. You don't care. If you care, you would have told them, hey, listen. You would have told them, what? It's January 27th. You would have told them on November 5th, start packing. Do whatever you need to do because you do not want to be here on January 21. You don't want to be here. You don't want to see what's about to happen. Nope, you just complained. You complained like it was no big deal. Oh, Trump's, I can't believe he doesn't have the legal, oh, he's doing it? Oh, yeah. He's doing it with a gangster fedora and a black pinstripe jacket and saying, F around and find out. Hey, President of Colombia, do this or else. I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. That's exactly what he did. He made you an offer you can't refuse. And it's almost like Trump wakes up and he doesn't even remember the day before because now he's on to something else. And every single day, they're still reeling from the pain they got the night before, and Trump's on to the next thing. Okay, what are we doing this morning? Who were we tearing their ass up today? Because that's what we need to do. And so when I start seeing this stuff, the quick capitulation, breaking, the Mexican president caves. She accepts 4,000 deportees, a large portion of which weren't even Mexican. Trump said, I got to take him. Yeah, are you watching what's happened? It is a living, breathing movie, mob style, with the good guy being the bad guy, being the good guy, however you want to say it, because he's making offers they can't refuse. You want to sell in America? You need to take these people. And now he's also got to be feeling really strong. Because if you're to the point where a 45% tariff is causing these people this much uncomfort that they're willing to do something just so you don't do that, then that means America is flexing some serious muscle. He's back there and he's working those biceps like Arnold during pumping iron. It's incredible what's going on. So some of these dictatorial countries figure out, hey, listen, maybe we should do something about it. The president of Honduras just called an emergency meeting of all Latin American and Caribbean countries to figure out how to cope with President Trump after Colombia's tactics backfired. An inside official told me the meeting was by instruction of the Colombian president through Honduras. Gustavo Petro is so scared of Trump that he doesn't even want his name to be seen. One true social post from President Trump is all it took. The number one thing on the meeting agenda is migration, also known as President Trump. My source says they will show their true colors. You don't have any colors to show. You don't have any hand, going back to my Costanza reference. There's nothing you can do. At this point, do you want to step up and get some? Because basically, that's what we're talking about right now. He's taking no prisoners. He's not expecting to give you any mercy. And the worst part about it for all of these nuts is we are loving it. We're absolutely enthralled. This is what we paid for. This is why we went through the last 4 years to get to this point. We saw what you tried to do. You tried 34 felonies and put him in jail and then shoot him. And we all held our breath patiently, angrily. We're like, we just got to get him in there. And now he's in there and y'all can't take it. So this morning, he jumps up in here and you know, the whole deportation stuff is happening. And it's just going to keep getting worse. Let's listen to this.
Don't know if you've had a chance to see a video that has been going viral over the past hour or so. We're still working to clear it and show it. In fact, the Hollywood celebrity who posted it has now deleted it, I think because probably she faced a lot of backlash for it, noting even the New York Times and Fox News polls show that a majority of American respondents are in favor of deportations of criminals and gang members. She posted a video sobbing.
Now think about what she just said. The New York Times took a poll, and the majority of Americans are like, show them the door. Show them where they need to be. They don't got to go home, but they got to get the hell out of here. And so that's the New York Times made that poll. Think about how they've skewed numbers over the last 7, 8, 9 years. And for them to not be able to find a way to get people to think differently, the Democrats are in huge trouble. Huge.
She was crying in it. She said, all my people are getting attacked, with the picture of a Mexican flag. Again, she has now taken that down. But what do you say to those who are out there saying that these are everyday people, these are families?
Okay, so let me just stop there for a second. Because as Sandra just said, Selena Gomez took it down. She took down her crying, ranting video. And she took it down because she got absolutely destroyed on social media. She couldn't take the pressure. I hope you hit her up. I hope a bunch of you people hit her up. Let me see if I even pulled any of them in here. But there were people all over the place. Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk says, Selena Gomez sobs uncontrollably amid ramped up deportations of illegals. I'm so sorry all my people are getting attacked, the children. I don't understand and wish I could do something. My people? Aren't you an American? She sure is. Where was the sobbing over the 100,000 Americans dead from fentanyl? Where were the tears over the 340,000 children who went missing after being trafficked over our border? Why wasn't there a breakdown for Rachel Nungery, Rachel Morin, or Laken Riley? I guess those Americans weren't your people. You see, that's why we don't care. We don't care that you're upset. Because for the last couple years, we've been watching these people do the most horrific things to women and young girls. And in some instances, young boys. Those of us who were, I don't know, game enough to watch it, watched the video of a woman completely engulfed in flames on a subway while one of these nuts was fanning the flames and laughing at it. I didn't see a video from Selena Gomez saying that guy needs to be out of here. That's not who I stand for. That's not, nothing. Not a word. Nothing. You people stayed quiet the entire time. All these women, the moms, Trump brought them on stage. Y'all never said a word. So excuse me if I don't have any patience for you worrying about these people having to be deported. You know why? Because although they're being deported, they're still alive. They still have a life to live. That woman engulfed in flames? No, her life is over. Rachel Morin? Nope, she's done. 12-year-old, what's her name? Rachel Nungery? Done. You had nothing to say while this woman was burning in a subway in New York City. On American soil, you had nothing to say. Spare me.
That are being attacked and dragged out of their homes. How do you respond to that?
I don't think we arrested any families. We've arrested public safety threats and national security threats, bottom line. And look, President Trump won the election on this one issue, securing our border and saving lives. What happened on our southern border last 4 years is the biggest national security threat this country's seen, at least in my lifetime, because we got over 2 million known gotaways. We got a 600% increase in sex trafficking. We got a record number of terrorists crossing the border on the terrorist watch list. We have 250,000 Americans die from fentanyl coming across the open border. We're going to do this job, and we're going to enforce the laws of this country. If they don't like it, then go to Congress and change the law. We're going to do this operational apology. We're going to make our community safer. We're going to save. Once we lock that border on continuous operation, you're going to see fentanyl deaths decrease, illegal alien crime decrease, sex trafficking decrease. It's just all for the good of this nation, and we're going to keep going. No apologies. We're moving forward.
Is the president happy with this progress?
No, I think the president's happy, but we're going to make him a lot happier. Yesterday was just day one, and these raids are going to go out throughout the country. We're not going to let up. We put our foot on the gas, and we're going to go. And as I explained to several stations yesterday, that aperture can continue to grow. Right now, we're concentrating on public safety threats and national security threats, but as we open up that aperture, looking for fugitives, those who had due process at great taxpayer expense, there's over 1 million of them, 1.4 million, they're on the table. Anybody in the country illegally, they're on the table, but we're going to go after them in a prioritization that makes sense. The worst first.
Just let that sink in. What he just said at the end. Well, actually, he said a couple things, but what he said at the end there. Everybody, everyone, superlative. Didn't say some, didn't say, everyone who's here illegally is on the table. Your time may not come tomorrow. It may not come next week. It may come in a month. But every one of them is on the table. And now, go back to what he said a couple of minutes or seconds before then. Like, I got no apologies. I am an officer of law enforcement. You broke the law. And so I would ask any one of those Democrats, but I'd probably get an answer I don't want to hear. If someone broke into your home, kicked in your front door, should they just be let go? Or would you want them arrested? Or worse, or not worse, but would you let them just hang out in your house? Because it's okay. You don't need an invitation. Break in your multi-million-dollar mansion, hang out on a couch, eat your food, use your internet. Maybe even drive your car. Maybe even have their way with your daughter. It's okay? Because that's what you're saying. That's what these celebrities are actually saying. Well, with this one over here, it's a good one. So we're supposed to determine, no, you're not a good one. You've broken the law, just like the person who would kick in your front door. Should that person not go to jail? And it's becoming somewhat overwhelming, and the picture that these people are painting. I brought in a bunch of tweets. This one here. Democrats are upset that Colombia caved to Donald Trump. Let me rephrase that. Democrats are upset because America won. To me, that's kind of chilling. You've got people in this country openly rooting for America to fail. They cannot even fathom, number one, that this guy is president, and number two, that these maggots out here are okay with this, and number three, that he's exacting every single thing that he said he was going to do. He's destroying the entirety of everything DEI, Marxist, scummist, however you want to call it. Everything they were trying to do is being systematically destroyed. Love this one by Ann Vandersteel. She's a good follow, by the way. Probably just me, but I'd rather have Laken Riley still alive than some cheap Colombian flowers on Valentine's Day. She's referring to Anna Navarro from The View, who said, I hope you guys are going to be okay with paying more for flowers. Every single one of their arguments is stupid. So you think that the reason we should be upset is because on Valentine's Day, the flowers I have to buy for Robin might be more expensive. Or we could be getting rid of tons of newcomers. I'll take number two. Door number two any day of the week. I'll still get her flowers. It won't have to be from Colombia. I have options. I can find out. Or I don't care if it's more expensive. If you're in a position to buy flowers for your better half, your spouse, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever it may be, I don't care where you buy them from. And if you buy it, don't scream about the price or don't buy it. It's your choice. You see, we didn't have a choice with you pushing all these newcomers into us. We just saw them come trucking through and our government doing nothing about it. Nothing. And so now we have, the power somewhat. Number one, we can talk about it. Number two, we can make, videos. And number three, we can post about it. Selena Gomez is a great example of corporate media and culture attributing to mass mental illness in this country. So well said, Richard. I'm not making fun of her. Not at all. She's hysterical and unstable. Obviously. But corporate media is a propaganda machine and they're dangerous. And they're going to be using videos like that to show that these people not unstable. Look at what the maggots are doing. They're making these people upset. They're making these people cry. Trump is making these people hurt and have pain. That's not the cause. See, you don't want to discuss the cause. You had months and months and months, actually years, to deal with this. Mayorkas did nothing. And that's another thing that the stupidity of the Democrats don't want to talk about. And I hope more and more Republicans begin talking about it. And that is everything Trump is doing through Homan right now. He's doing with data that Mayorkas already had. So he knew all this. Remember, he's taking this off the top. These are the convicted people that they're opening up a book and going, this one, oh, these people and these people. And here's where they are. And here's what we need to go do. So now we know without any doubt, no equivocation, Biden, Kamala, Mayorkas were doing this on purpose. They put America in trouble. For what? The votes didn't work. What was it? What's the reason? Well, the reason that some of us think that this may be happening is the reason why Trump's having to expedite this. Because we don't know who these people are or what they're capable of. And so we have to get them out right now. I love this one by Michael Rulli. Michael Rulli I'm going to be talking to later on today. In fact, in about 30 minutes. American sovereignty is worth more than a cup of coffee, as he's referring to AOC's insane tweet about we're having to pay more with coffee. So the response isn't, hey, it's not going to make your daughter safe. It's a waste of time, waste of money. You know, the things that actually matter to people. So you're worried that I might have to pay more for coffee. And the alternative is getting rid of criminals. Yeah. So, something I said yesterday. Let me go back to this one. China now agrees to take back deported nationals after Trump's pressure. Now China's like, all right, send them. Didn't work. China says it will repatriate confirmed Chinese nationals from the U.S., a shift after years of resistance that frustrated U.S. immigration officials. So now they're going to do it. Interesting. Trump had threatened tariffs and sanctions on countries refusing deportees, including China, Colombia, and Mexico. After Colombia backed down, Beijing is now signaling cooperation as well, but only for verified Chinese citizens. With tens of thousands of Chinese migrants in the U.S. under deportation orders, this could reshape United States migration policy with China. That's from Reuters. So I want you to let that sink in. Biden administration didn't even try to do any of this, not even with China. And the fact of the matter is, you hit people where it counts. And it's always counted in their pocketbook. That's always what makes people stand up and take notice. And so by just saying, yeah, we're going to hit you with a tariff, we're going to hit you with a tariff, you're going to get some, oh, you're going to get some. And people are like, let me rethink this because you're hurting my pocket at this point, my ducats, my money. You see, it's not hard to be Don Corleone. It's very not. It's really not hard to be the man when you have the hands. When you can, not only when you can, and when you have the cojones to make them an offer they can't refuse. Because they can't refuse. You have to know, as a leader of the country, the leader of the most economically strong country, albeit in the world, that these people, all the other stuff, DEI, blah, 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 transform, they don't care about that. They care about this. And you're making them a deal they cannot refuse because you're willing to cut that deal. See, if there's no appetite to bring financial pain, if you don't want to be seen as a bully, Oh, we can't do that kind of stuff. We're America. Oh no, we can't do that. Yeah, we can. If because that's what leaders do. They either bomb you or break you. Those are the only two options. That's the only two options in letting the world know your strength. Bomb you or break you. And whether it's break your will or break your economy, it doesn't really matter. But if I can break you, especially if I don't have to fire any weapons, that's extremely strong. That is probably as strong as dropping bombs. Our country and the leaders before Trump didn't want to use that weapon. And Trump's coming in with the baseball bat over his head with Luca Brasi. Do you understand now why it was so important to get Marco Rubio as the Secretary of State? Now, sit back now. Sit back in a 30,000-foot view on the airplane called Trump and look down at what's going on. And you realize now, Marco Rubio was one of the linchpins here, one of the keys, one of the keystones. Why is that, Barry? Why was Marco Rubio so important? Because Marco Rubio is Hispanic. Marco Rubio went to Panama. Marco Rubio is talking to the Colombians. Marco Rubio is going to be talking to Cuba. Marco Rubio, the Hispanic guy, is going to be talking to Honduras. You see, you get all of these little tin pot dictators in line, the strength of America becomes so inevitably unassailable. Because now those countries way over there don't have way stations. They don't have the ability to truck people through. You own the Caribbean and all those crazy nations down in there. And it doesn't have to be heavy-handed forever. You got to whip them in shape. You got to make them good kids. You're just a bunch of little kids over there who got to do whatever you want for, the last 4 years. Now daddy's home and he's taken off the belt. And now you got to do what we want you to do. It's very simple. And now looking back, and I'm like, it was brilliant bringing in Marco Rubio. He'll have time to go talk to those people over there, but we needed to clean up our backyard. That was our vulnerability, because all these people were coming up from Honduras and Panama and Guatemala and all those countries down there. They had this train running. Venezuela. And Trump somehow in his mind said, get me someone who's a very strong, powerful, military background, Hispanic, and he'll put these people in order. And I'm thinking to myself, that was absolutely freaking brilliant. Brilliant. Did you think about that? Did you realize that this guy who, at one point we all called him Little Marco and he was making fun of him and as Trump does, that guy, Marco Rubio, would be so strong, so very much needed to get the basin of the Caribbean in order? He was, or rather, he is. That's the man who's orchestrating and getting this done, not Trump. Trump's giving, Marco Rubio the leash, turning the belt over to him. He's like, go whip these people into shape. Respect is earned by people who understand the language more so than, some white guy with an interpreter. No, I'm going to come down. We're going to talk. We're going to talk about this right now. Understand, I got to go back and report to this guy, and he's pissed. So we better make this stuff work. And so let me just take a second before I take some comments. I posted this last night. Was it last night? Late last night, 11:45 p.m. I was in bed, and I said, now would be a good time to invest in some guns and ammo. Things are about to break loose. And I had a bunch of people say to me, what do you mean? Well, I am never going to be conspiratorial. I'm never going to be a fear monger. But I'm watching the lay of the land here. And I'm watching this guy in basically his 6.5 day come in with a huge baseball bat and lay waste to so many parts of our government. Just complete abandon. I don't give a crap what you people think. I'm going to take away your security clearances. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. And you can just sit around and watch. I don't care. You have to at this point think, or at least begin to wonder, what's their moves going to be? I mean, the dude flew over to, no, he didn't fly. He did a web video talking to Davos, the WEF. What did he tell people at Davos? Pound sand. Eat crap. We're America. We're not playing your little silly games anymore of world dominance with Dr. Evil. Ain't gonna happen. He told one of the biggest banks in the world, Bank America, get your act together. I know what you did. I know what you did. He released JFK, RFK, MLK, or is in the process of releasing all of that data. He's telling the world in no uncertain terms, yeah, I got it like that. I'm coming for all of you. We're going to look to rule the world. And he didn't say that words, but I'm sure they pretty much got it. Your playtime is over. Hey, little dude up in Canada, we'll make you a governor. Hey, Greenland, we're going to buy you. That's some bold stuff to say to world leaders. Right to their faces. What do you think the conversations are like right now behind closed doors? They got to be freaking out. And that's the foreign people. What do you think's happening in behind closed doors with the deep state here? They got to be freaking out more because they probably owe those people money and favors. You got Mike Pence trying to put together some $250,000 pack to go after RFK Jr. You got Bill Gates being found out as faking these 15,000 doctors. They're trying everything and they're getting destroyed, and people like us are talking about it. But those are people who aren't just necessarily going to go, oh, okay, there's nothing we can do. So that's why I said, buy it, get more, because things are about to break loose, because I don't think we've seen what their response is going to be yet. And I don't mean people coming after you or doing stuff like that, but, you know, waking up one day and then the banking system's crashed. You can't get to an ATM. Your credit cards don't work. Your gas pumps don't work because there's no electricity. You can't go buy food because, you know, the stores are closed. There's the communications. We go to make phone calls, and nothing happens. And then, you know, people get hungry within 2 or 3 days. That's why I'm saying, get some insurance. I'm not saying that you have to go out there and be a vigilante. All I'm saying is, get ready. Get ready. I'm not being conspiratorial. I'm not saying, you know, I'm not putting on a tin hat and saying this is happening. What I'm saying is, get ready. They're taking out these newcomers all over the country. Even down here, we saw them mobilizing. There's no stability right now. You know, when I talk to Robin, and when you talk to your spouse, the number one thing a woman wants is stability. The number one thing that keeps everything the way it's supposed to be is stability and allegiance to that stability. When you drive up to a intersection, there's nothing stopping you from just driving through it. That stability that's here in this America is we see a light, and that light's just up there. That light's red. You're ruled by these traffic lights. It's something we abide by because we choose to. What happens when the things that we are accustomed to are no longer available? How will people act? I mean, these are the things that go through my mind because there's so much happening, all at the same time. Like I said earlier today, Trump is not giving these people time to take their breath. If everything that's happened over the last, 5.5, 6 days, the other thing you look at when you're watching him is, those days were great. No. You don't rest. Because today, we're doing something else. And you're making these people having to fight every single day. And so that kind of balls to the wall, no other way I can explain it, a complete balls to the wall attitude is not comfortable for a lot of people. And it's definitely not comfortable to a lot of the people who are in charge. They're freaking. Absolutely losing it. So be careful. That's all I'm saying. That is everything I have to say in regards to this tweet that I put out yesterday. I got up this morning. I got on Amazon and I ordered some stuff. And then I went over to a local store here not too far away and I'm like, what you got? What you got? Because I've told you, I buy real estate, I buy gold, I buy silver, I buy pew, and we buy food. Some of that stuff you hope you don't get in a position where it's now or never. And for some of these people, they are in a now or never situation. See, I don't want you to be in a now or never situation because they're already there. They're wondering what they're crying on videos. They're screaming on videos. They're saying we need to unalive maggots. They're losing it. The stuff he did today, which we're going to talk about in a second, the stuff he did today is making them lose it even more, which we'll talk about. It's DEI and the Transformers. And so you literally have people, and what happens when people do that? Well, most of them are just going to cry and curl up in a fetal position and go to sleep. But some of them are going to lash out. Some of them are going to walk into a store or a school. Some of them, you have to know right now, there are people at 11. The 10 meter is gone. They've gone past 10. They're at 11. And every day, the media is egging them on. And every day, we see these people on X, and you're like, that's a crazy. Oh, there's another crazy. But the crazies who aren't making videos are the ones we should be concerned about. The crazies who aren't showing us how crazy they are the ones we're like, could people be snapping? Oh yeah, these nuts are snapping. And they don't have any respite. There's no sanctuary for the people who thought they had sanctuary. Let that sink in. Oh, you don't live in a sanctuary city. You got lied to. Tom Homan today said, the governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs. Katie Hobbs is like, I'm not doing it. They're not going to take my people away. Oh, then you'll get arrested. What's going to happen when people start seeing governors and mayors arrested? I'm just telling you guys. It's going to get nasty. It's going to get nasty. And just be prepared. So before I go into any more of this stuff, let me just make sure I take some comments here. Here's one from Mark Mitchell we're going to have on the show. Leftists crying all over social media about ICE raids are not going to have the intended effect. It's just going to reinforce the fact that Trump is the first person giving people what they wanted. So, as you understand what Mark just said, Trump is the first politician who's actually giving people what they want. Which, in extension, means we're to blame. Think about that. If we are what Trump is appeasing. If Trump is putting these things together because he wants to make America great again, and we're the people that, egged him on and said, make America great again, then in extension, we're the ones deporting these people, which I got no problem with. I'm just saying that's where some of the nutty fruitcakeness might cause issues. I'm sure. Somebody said here, "Wake up, America!" Yeah, we're enjoying this. We're all having a great time. I mean, I couldn't be happier with what's going on. I'm just saying, and make sure you take care of the back end stuff too. Just I'm wearing hats. Robin's wearing hats. Wearing hoodies. Yeah, go out there. Just swivel. Just look what's going on. Watch who's following you out. Finally, America first. Yep, absolutely. The lobby and this corporation have too much power and money, and people as well. I'm loving the shirt, Barry. Look, oh, thank you very much. You guys like my button-down look. Okay, we'll keep it going since you guys like that. I prefer to say we are repatriating them. Yes, that's a good word. Governors and mayors arrested. I'll wave bye with my popcorn buttered hands. Oh, that's funny. Barry, I watch you every day. Ask for wisdom from God when speaking, and don't give the evil place. I don't know what that means. Yes, Jesus Christ is Lord. I will not bow my knee, but the end of humanity is around the corner. Now, I'm not being a doomsday person. I'm just saying be careful. That's all. That's all. Enjoy what we see. Enjoy what we're seeing happen. Just understand, things could go haywire very quickly. Stay safe, everyone. Yep. All right. So here's what we're going to do. I'm looking for Mike Ruley, Congressman of Ohio, should be coming in relatively shortly. So let me talk to you about Lear Capital. And then once we talk about Lear Capital, I'm going to tell you something I spoke to those guys about today, right after you hear this. As you know, President Trump has assembled the Avengers to make America great again. And of course, we're all excited and ready to see them get to work. But with everything we're seeing right now, don't take your eye off the ball. Things could get much worse before they get better. With the possibility of World War III still looming, and with the Democrats doing everything they can to impede Trump, you still need to keep your guard up and your money protected. Oh, and our national debt is still massively increasing. Don't get me wrong, I have high hopes for Trump's America, but I also have a family to look out for. You see, Trump and the Avengers have quite the uphill battle ahead. That's why I'm making sure I'm protected, and I'm recommending that you do the same. One way to be protected is by diversifying your portfolio. That's why on this channel I've been happy to partner with Lear Capital. As you know, I've been involved in real estate for quite some time. And although I dabbled in gold and silver, Kevin and his staff at Lear have helped to educate me even further, especially in regards to silver. Give Lear a call today and they'll show you how easy it is to move some of your savings or your retirement account into gold and silver. Gold and silver have been proven to hold value and protect wealth for the long term. Call Lear today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com to get your free gold and silver wealth protection guides. There's no obligation, just free information. Many of you have seen my interviews with Lear founder Kevin Demerit, and I can tell you this company is solid and likes to educate their customers. Just so you know, Lear has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $3 billion in trusted transactions, and is the only company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. And when you call, don't forget to ask how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. So if you'd like to take advantage of this opportunity, please call my friends at Lear Capital at 800-601-5430 and tell them Barry sent you. All right, so let's take a few comments here, what we've been talking about thus far. Trusting God. Before I do that, there have been quite a few people in chat and otherwhere who have been somewhat concerned about buying the gold with Lear Capital. If you're one of them, let me just tell you this. When you call, you find out, or you're told you need to buy a certain amount of gold in order to do a transaction with them. What I want to let you know is that if you go to the website, versus trying to do it through a actual rep, website has much less minimum, and you can do more and buy what you want and be happy. So take that from there. All right, somebody says trust in God and He's in control. I had a question for you guys. Are you guys ready for another prayer night? Because we've done another rally. We've seen what Trump has been doing, and I think maybe this week we should look at doing a rally. So you guys need to let me know what you think about that. Barry, the pain is losing a child. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Tech shakeup made people sell their Bitcoin to billionaires. You missed getting it under 100,000. That was a gift. Yeah, that whole Bitcoin thing just drove me crazy. I had all set to go. I mean, literally at like 500 and 600. I'm like, no, I'll wait, and I waited, and now it's I got some, but it was way over what it was supposed to be. So you live, you lose. Trump meeting tonight. So tonight, I think they're still down in Doral at the GOP meeting is where some of that stuff is going on. So we'll see what that. So also tonight, just to let you guys know, I'm checking my schedule here. I see Michael Rulli is in the house, so we'll have to go to him in a second. We're going to bring on Kim Wargo. She's going to be back today, and she's going to be talking tonight about everything about her pardon and how, being done with the J6 stuff, which is simply amazing for her. I'm excited to talk to Kim Wargo again. If you haven't seen the video of Kim, I posted it. In our last live, I talked about that, so it would be worth your while to go ahead and take a look at that. And Congressman Newley is in the house, so let me go ahead and bring him in pretty quick here. So I hope we have the correct audio and everything works. Let me just see real quick. Congressman Newley, can you hear me?
Good. How are you?
Oh, there you are. You're loud and clear. So let me just adjust your volume right there. And then we can get through this. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but thank you very, very much for coming on in. This is Congressman Michael Newley from the 6th District of Ohio. Is that what it is?
Ohio 6.
Ohio 6. And so we're going to talk to him. He's a new congressman, and congratulations, number one, for winning your election. I wanted to talk to you about, you had put out a tweet during this whole Columbia nuttery, and you were responding to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, where she put out, to punish Columbia, Trump is about to make every American pay even more for coffee, which is absurd and insane. And you responded, American sovereignty is worth more than a cup of coffee. So my question to you, you just happened to show up today as this was going on, is what is wrong with these Democrats who think that people aren't willing to pay more for some flowers or some coffee if it means we can all be safer by having these newcomers, removed, or as many of them as possible? Is that really their thinking, or are they playing stupid to the American people?
Well, perhaps they just are stupid. I don't get it. I mean, when you have Colombia or you have Panama and they start acting up, we are not going to take a knee anymore. It's a new era, and Trump's perfect in charge. Colombia, they want to mess around. You know what happens. And same goes with Honduras. They want to play games too. We know what to do. Same goes with Panama. We take care of these people all these years, and they do nothing in return but give us headaches.
You just said something which I don't know if you're allowed to talk about it when you said we take care of these countries. To what extent are we paying Honduras and Colombia and Nicaragua and Panama? What kind of money have you seen outflows to these countries from America?
All those countries have they get foreign aid from the United States in the millions. And I mean, what did we have to show for it? I mean, when you look at Panama in particular, we built it in 1904. We have 4,000 to 5,000 Americans die building it. We paid for everything ourselves. Carter foolishly, good guy, horrible president. He gives it away for $1, and then now we find out that the Chinese are trying to operate it. Same thing goes with Honduras. They were playing around. They're building a train to go from the East Coast to the West Coast, and they started messing around. Now that Trump's in there, they want to talk. And Colombia, we just saw this today. I mean, you want to fool around. Trump said 25% tariffs the first day,
Right.
50% the next day. We'll go up till it's 100%. You're going to play along. That's why they call it the Gulf of America, baby.
And so, how important was it to have somebody like Marco Rubio, a Hispanic himself, down there talking to these tin pot dictators in these countries?
Well, I think it's crucial, and I've had a lot of the left-wing media try to get me, especially about my tweets, and try to pigeonhole me into a box and like get one of the got you moments. They're always trying to do that. But you get someone like Marco Rubio. Rubio goes down there, and I mean, he's so poetic and so polished and so put together. It's the art of the deal. You have to remember, Trump's going to ask for the moon, and he might pull it back a little bit. But at the end, we're going to have a good card hand full of cards in us that we didn't have before. Because he's going to, I mean, just like what he said the other day with Elon right next to him, he says, we're going to get to Mars, and we're going to plant the stars and the stripes right on Mars. Just like Canada, just like Greenland, just like Panama. I mean, America's back. I see it as a Louisiana Purchase 2.0. It's a good time to be an American. We're not ashamed anymore, and we're not apologetic. And those days they're gone.
And you mentioned Elon and the things that he's doing. Are you looking to be involved with Doge? And what do you think about the viability of Doge being able to find and cut a lot of waste?
Well, I am a member of Doge, and Aaron Bean's killing it right now. We've had several Doge meetings. We're going to go in deep into the trenches. They started off with all the office space that the federal government actually purchases, that only like 30% of it's being used. Let's start right there. I think the savings are pushing $200 to $400 million a year and saving a space that we're not using. And here's another thing. Get back into the brick and mortar. The days of a pajama nation running everything from at home, that's long gone, man. If you're not going to do that, you're fired. And it's so refreshing to see. I mean, even like Pete Hegseth now with the Pentagon, I mean, no DEI. I mean, he's laying it down. And you saw executive order last night. How refreshing is that? If they let you go because you didn't take that shot,
right.
And we all know what that did. A lot of our friends died from that shot, whether it's a heart problems and these ongoing problems. And you didn't have a choice. You don't take the shot, you get fired. And God bless the Secretary of Defense to do that move last night with President Trump. That's one of the most refreshing things I've seen happen in the government probably in the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah. So you're from the 6th District in Ohio. And Ohio went through a whole bunch of different things with, what can I say, the Haitians, I'll just say it that way. With everything that's going on, with Tom Homan out there basically kicking in, well, I won't say kicking indoors, but they're taking control and they're looking to find people. How does it affect your district?
Well, it does affect it. I got a chance to spend some time with Tom. He was our guest speaker at the Columbiana County Republican Lincoln Day dinner. So I sat next to him. I got about 2 or 3 hours of his time. The guy has a heart of gold. We're gonna do this very humane. We are starting with the bad players. We got rapists, we got murderers, we got bank robbers, we got drug dealers. You saw what they did in Colorado. We're getting them right now. 1,500 a day. Let's get them out of here. Let's make it happen. And then we're gonna go deep. We're going to go into the people that are in the shadows. There has to be a way that we could get the legitimate families that actually want to be here. Let's get them back to their home country, and then let's figure out a way that they can have an application where they can become a legal citizen. All 4 of my grandparents weren't born here, but they came legally, and they were proud of that.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, my parents and my aunts and uncles and my grandparents on my dad's side, they all came from Jamaica, all came through the front door and prospered. So there's no reason why we shouldn't be using the front door to give people access. And what is the actual? I've heard basically conflicting numbers. If you're caught and deported, how long do you have to wait before you can apply to come back?
I don't know the official number. For some reason, 6 months is in my head. I don't think anything's wrong with maybe having a year or two shutdown until we could catch our breath. And then when we start letting people come back in, we have to address a word that's going to really has to take control, and that's assimilation. We have borders, language, and culture. You have to shut down the border. You have to learn our language. We only have one language, that's English. My grandparents used to speak Italian, and we were never allowed to speak Italian. We had to learn English. And then not only that, let's talk about culture. We're Italians. I have a little bit of Hungarian, mostly Italian. I remember in 1976, my mom and dad taking me to Williamsburg, putting a three-pointed hat on with a musket. I wasn't here during the Mayflower, but it was sure fun. And I fell in love with George Washington. What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, you had to learn the Pledge of Allegiance. I remember some of the stuff that my dad. He ended up going into the military, but he was telling me some of the stuff he had to do. You had to learn at minimum the Pledge of Allegiance, and I don't think they even teach that anymore. So I understand you're a huge advocate for crypto, and some of the people here might be a little apprehensive. So, with Trump's push, and I saw something that David Sachs said today, which was really interesting. Where do you see this crypto thing happening? Is he going to be able to build a huge reserve?
I do see it happening. I do see a huge reserve. It's funny because I don't trust the government. And I was giving a stump speech, and somebody said one time, I'm just like, well, you can't trust the feds. And he goes, aren't you a Fed? And I go, oh my God, maybe it's time to quit. But you really can't. We used to be backed by gold, and now I've actually been at the printing where they print the money, and we can't print money out of this. And not only that, if you really pay attention, they're trying to get rid of cash. They want to have a cashless society. When I was in the Ohio Senate, we had bills we were trying to go that if you had a brick and mortar, you had to take cash. Think about it. They want you on credit card. They want to go in your phone. You ever say something? If you and I, Barry, were talking about a subject and you look at your feed on your phone, that subject comes up. That's Big Brother. That's Orwellian crap that they are doing. Crypto is one of the only things on earth that we could fight this Orwellian crap that's coming to the New World Order. We have to have crypto, blockchain all the way, baby. We have to have that freedom. We do. And I think crypto might be the only solution because they're taking away the cash. They want to control your life, and they're afraid of crypto because crypto means freedom.
Right. Absolutely. So next week, I believe, I'd have to check my schedule, but I'm speaking to Buddy Carter. And when Ashley first booked Buddy Carter, he was one of the first people who picked up on some of the stuff that Trump was saying in regards to wanting to do something with the IRS or abolish the IRS and maybe possibly abolish income tax. And I see that you're talking about it as well. So first one, IRS, and then second, income tax as a whole. Do you see that being viable, that there'd be enough people who would want to go along with that to get rid of the IRS and get rid of or reduce the income tax?
It's pretty favorable in my caucus, in my conference, it's pretty favorable. Buddy sits with me on ENC. He's an amazing guy, very, very intelligent, very creative in his thoughts. So when you look at it, first of all, when you look at the IRS, think about what what past administrations could do. Barack Obama weaponized the IRS and went after Tea Party members. They go after Catholic organizations, anyone that doesn't fit into their political affiliation. They use the IRS as a weapon. We have to consider either downsizing the IRS to the point where they are neutered, or just getting rid of the IRS and putting it back in the state's hands where it always belonged. Plus, I think we should talk about a flat tax. I think income tax, we weren't founded with an income tax. It was created in the last century. We did fine for 150 years. We have to get back to the Andrew Jackson way. He wasn't even in our party, but that guy knew it. You took away the gold standard. You put all the power in the federal government. This country was always supposed to be the 50 states loosely held together by a federal government. It wasn't supposed to be the federal government first and then 50 states. And the IRS and the income tax keeps it that way. They're both bad institutions.
But is there an appetite where there's enough people, you think, that we can actually see it happen. I mean, it's in the idea stage. I can tell Trump's out there. He's floating these trial balloons. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. So he seems to be moving that way. I hear Howard Lutnick every time he does a speech. He's trying to educate people. People, this is something we can do. But I'm just wondering, when it's not something he can enact on an executive order, right? You're going to need Congress and the Senate to agree with it, correct?
Well, you're going to need the people to rise up. The people have to get a hold of their representatives and their senators, and they have to let them know this is an appetite of something that they actually want. Mm-hmm. You even saw after the election, what did AOC, we brought her up earlier, what did she say on the media? She says, I'm getting told by a lot of people that they saw AOC and Trump signs in the same yard. What does that mean? That means neocons are dead. That means the lie of the Democratic Party is dead. That means it's a populist nation. You see it with my friends, the Prime Minister of Italy, the Prime Minister of Argentina. You see it with Nigel Farage. You see it going all over the world. The people are speaking up. The people need to get a hold of their representatives and their senators, and they should say, I am tired of the IRS destroying my life. I am tired of this income tax being raised constantly. This country was never supposed to be that. But the people have to speak up, because the one thing that most of the people on the Hill are worried about is getting reelected.
Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, it's going to be won or lost in the messaging, because I can see what their messaging is right now, and they're trying to say, a tariff is, you're going to have to pay a higher tax. I come from a no income tax state. I'm here in Florida. We don't pay income tax. So I'm used to going to the store and understanding what things are taxed, which things aren't taxed in terms of a consumption or a sales tax. And it might be something that Ron DeSantis can help sell, because it works here. It absolutely works. And there's nobody freaking out that we don't have any income tax. So I know it's a much bigger scale, taking it from an entire country, but it could work. But talking about money and investigating and doing audits, Trump's talking about now going ahead. I don't know if this will fall under Doge, or is it criminal, or is it just going to be Pete Hegseth? I'll let you tell me. How are you going to investigate where the money to Ukraine went, how it was used, and, will we ever know where it actually went?
Well, one of the hardest things I had to do, I was in a special election in June, and you mentioned Governor DeSantis, one of my favorite governors. His mom and dad actually met in my home county right here in Mahoning County in Ohio, and they went to Youngstown State together. So we feel like he's sort of our surrogate son. But as far as going with this, I'm not quite sure how we proceed forward with it. I think there's a lot of angles that we could look at. What exact detail do you want me to go at on this subject in particular?
Where's the money? Who's got it? I mean, I'm concerned that this money was never really spent in Ukraine, that it went there, and then where'd it go from? Wherever it landed, where did it go once it got there? Did it come back to certain people? Is that why there was such a push? Because I just don't see it as being normal that all this money was sent over there and that he was just going through it, especially when we see him owning yachts and luxury cars and everything else.
Well, literally the first week in June of my special election, funding for the Ukraine happened, and I actually voted against it. And it's come up 5 or 6 times, and I voted against it. Now, it made fun because I started having all my good friends like Luna and Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I'm getting fist bumps by them. But some in the moderates got a little bit upset with me, and then all of a sudden I have military guys talking to me. And they said, well, why are you doing this? Now, I have a lot of friends that have ancestry from Ukraine, and I love the Ukrainians. This isn't anti-Ukrainian. Let's get that straight. It isn't anti-Ukrainian at all. But I want the people that are watching this to understand, when I do that vote, I vote for the 900,000 people I represent. And what they say to me is they say that the United States Marine Corps operates on a $52 billion a year budget, but yet we give Ukraine $200 billion. You cannot tell me that every one of those pennies went for shells to take out Russia. And you know what? The best thing that Trump ever said, if you remember, about 3 months ago before the election, they said, what would be the first thing you would do if you got in the office? And he says, I would end the Russian-Ukrainian war.
Right.
And they said, well, how would you do it? He goes, we watch and see. Well, those reporters thought they'd be cute. They went right to Moscow and they said something to Putin. They said, oh, Trump says he's going to fix the war in one day. What do you say? He says, have Trump call me. Then you know what happened a month later? When Zelensky was at the UN, what did Zelensky do? Zelensky said, let's make a pit stop and let's go down to Mar-a-Lago and let's talk about it.
Right.
They're tired. They've lost all of their 20 and 30-year-olds in Russia and Ukraine. And all it is the great military industrial complex that President Eisenhower warned us about. There's a reason he gave that speech on his way out the door, because he knew he would catch slack from that. And that's exactly what it is. The great military industrial complex to have us in a perpetual war where our kids are slaughtered. We have to drill, baby, drill, put the Middle East out of business. No more wars. America first, American kids only.
I completely agree. Now, we talked about taxes and being able to see if it's got legs where it can get approved. The other one is, the other big one is voter ID. And Trump ran on election integrity. I know you ran a big part of your campaign on election integrity. Are we ever going to be able to see voter ID as a reality? And what do you think about Trump conditioning aid to California based upon voter ID?
I love it. You know, when you talk about, you know, different people that are living in the urbans and different minorities, they all come up to me and they say, do you understand how insulting it is to say that I don't have an ID? Everyone in this country has an ID. To say it's racist, that's racist.
Yeah.
If you're saying it's racist, you're the racist.
Yeah.
Because everyone has an ID. I mean, you need an ID for everything. So, like, your narrative is getting lost. Thank God for podcasts like you, because the people are rising up. I mean, we won the popular vote. I mean, who would have ever thought?
Did you freeze? You there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. And one of the things that happened yesterday that was really funny, and somebody actually took note of it, is with all the people whose homes got burned out in California, in order for them to get back in their neighborhoods, they had to show an ID. And people said, wait a second, I need an ID to show you where I live, but I don't need an ID to vote. There's something wrong with this picture. There's a burned out shell over here that I have to go over and tell you this is where my house used to be, but I don't have to, you know, need an ID to vote. That's something really, really. So I hope you guys can do something with that. So I'm gonna say, go ahead.
Well, think about something. They learned nothing from the fires in Hawaii. You know, they didn't do forest management. They didn't do forest burn. They let those reservoirs run dry. The people of California voted 10 years ago to have that aqueduct system come down from the mountain and bring water throughout all of California. They shot that down because some stupid smelts. You send me those smelts on Christmas Eve and I'll fry them up for you. I don't understand what's going on with these wackos. They are, what did Savage once say? Liberalism is a mental disorder. I mean, my God, people, you allowed Hawaii to burn. You allowed your own state to burn. Wake up. Join the Trump nation. We will take care of you, and we're going to love you for it. It's never too late.
It was embarrassing watching Karen Bass sit next to a master real estate developer who happens to be the president, who's dealt with permitting and officials to build skyscrapers in New York, and she's like trying to talk to him. She was completely, no pun intended, a fish out of water. Like she had no clue what she was talking about. Now, you're in politics. You know how the left will do constant character assassinations. They did it to Trump for the last 8 years, and you yourself have been a victim of the character assassinations. I heard the media has been running constant hit pieces on you, so you must be doing something right about your communications director that you hired, Michael Peppel. Go ahead and tell us what really happened and why you decided to hire Michael Peppel again.
Well, I've had many character assassinations, and you know, I've had everything from CNN to every New York Times. Before they said it was my neighbors, I had a neighbor on my property that was stalking my daughter. I live in the middle of 100 acres, and my videotapes had him right next to my daughter's window. With this one in particular, with Mike started off with Bill Johnson and Rob Portman. He was with me for 4 years. He left my organization before this happened and was with McKinley Strategies. And what happened was there was a C4 that was doing fundraising, and Mike Pepple was asked to be their spokesman. So he actually was their spokesman for a C4. And for those people out there that knows what a C4 is, it's almost like a pack where you buy these huge blocks of emails and texts, and that's about 85% of the money that is raised goes to for these emails and these texts, and then whatever his money is distributed throughout the charity. It's done in politics all the time. Mike was their spokesman. Never got a penny ever, and then it pretty much ruined his life. He had to sell everything just to pay for the legal bills. That's what they do. They destroy you on the legal bills. And then he was actually found just to be a civil case. And the only problem that he did was he didn't have an actual license to use the name. He had verbal and he had an email saying, go ahead, let's do this. But he had to have a contract. So it was a trademark violation. That was a civil problem. And it pretty much destroyed his life. And the guy's a genius. He's going to make a great comms director. He's a Trumper, loves Trump. And I mean, he's never taken a penny from anyone. And that was proven in court. You have people that on the left that if you sneeze wrong, like I said, I had a trespasser on my property with guns at 4 o'clock in the morning. I live in the middle of 100 acres, and he was right next to my daughter. He had inappropriate text to my daughter a year before that. And people want to say I was shooting my neighbors. I did a warning shot on the ground. I made Daily Mail. I made Rachel Maddow.
Yeah.
I take that as, there's a reason Marjorie's giving me fist bumps. I'll take that with a badge of honor.
Great, good for you. So I just wanted to clear that air because I know we'll get emails and stuff, and so I'm glad you took that head on. So let me ask you about.
I got a couple death threats too from Rachel's hit. So I guess you did what you wanted to, Rachel. But I'm still here. They try to take out Trump. They're going to try to take out all of us.
Yep.
We're going to keep fighting till our last breath.
Oh, speaking about taking out, this week is going to be insane with. You've got Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., and Kash Patel all up for hearings. I can't even imagine what kind of fireworks we're going to expect to see on Wednesday and Thursday. It's going to be absolutely insane. We're going to see these people go completely crazy. So
can I say something about Kash?
Please.
So, I have a relationship with Bobby Kennedy, and I like Bobby a lot. He was in the State House when they were trying to shut down the state and make you wear a mask. And we brought Bobby in to talk about vaccines, the real story, getting into the science of it. But I want to talk about Kash. Think about this country. You raided President Trump's house. The only time in our 250-year history that you raided a president's house. And what did you tell us? You told us just to hold on. You'll see why we did it. And guess what? There was nothing. It was a third world nation. Kash Patel is going to be the savior. Next to Trump, he's our number one concern. I mean, I love Bobby. I love all the nominations. But Kash Patel is the most important nomination. Pete Hegseth is probably the second. But Kash will bring back the FBI to the glory that it is, where we actually worry about communists and people trying to kill us from within, not for us to kill each other. We are not out to prosecute Democrats or liberals or libertarians or anything. We want everyone to have a free speech, but we do not raid former president's house. You know what? President Trump could have prosecuted Hillary Clinton for all her wrongdoings with those emails, and he chose to unite the country. And Kash Patel will unite the country. That I had Director Wray in front of me in Judiciary with my blessed friend Jim Jordan, and I asked him questions about DEI and all these things and the inferior quality of the FBI. You would have thought he wanted to kill me. Now we're finally going to have an FBI director that has a heart, a backbone, and actually loves this country. And guess what? He isn't one of these regular Caucasian guys that you love to make fun of. You have no response to him. He's a beautiful human being. And if Kash watches this, I hope he knows I'm praying for him.
I hope he does too, because there's a lot of people doing it. So talking about being fired upon, while you're sitting here talking to me, my moderators send me things. I just want to get your opinion on it. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen so you can take a look at it. Can you see this? Hold on. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Border Patrol agents have been fired upon by suspected cartel members. I think it's time for the United States of America to set an example with these cartels Trump will not tolerate this, and I can't wait for him to be informed. This isn't going to end well for the cartels. So, basically, at this point, the cartels are firing on American law enforcement. That's crazy.
If Pete's watching this, we all grew up with Pete on Fox and Friends. Mm-hmm. But Pete, if you're watching this, as a member of Congress, I would fight my heart out if we could get our special forces, whether it's recon, Delta Force, whether it's Navy SEALs or the agencies that we don't know their names, if we could triple the numbers and triple the pay and just send in the special forces and kill every cartel member or anyone associated with them. They are monsters. They actually sell children. This is the lowest of the low. MS-13, all of them, they all need to be killed. There isn't a trial. We just have to, as the special forces, you want to mess around, you're going to see. And that border will be shut right down. And I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, or Libertarian. We cannot let them, they traffic children, 300,000 children in our country. And these cartels are not allowed to stay on the face of the earth. They need to be removed, and they need to be removed immediately.
I can't believe they would be that stupid to take shots at border agents. That's absolutely insane. Because he's already declared you a terrorist organization. So if you're already designated as being terrorist, he's not going to have to go to Congress for any authorization or anything. Tell me, am I correct? He is authorized basically by them being terrorists to take action, correct?
Well, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to see the rules of engagement are going to change. The rules of engagement under Obama's 8 years were horrific. Trump tried to fix them in his 4 years, and then we saw Biden put them right back. But now we have Pete in control. We have JD, we have Trump, and we have a very, very favorable Congress and even a more favorable, Senate. So if we need to do laws that put them in granite, which I would like to do, executive orders change if the Democrats get back in. We need to have laws that are actually on the books so we can have it permanent. But the rules of engagement, you shoot on us, you die.
Yeah, you die. You should be. So Governor DeWine, your governor out in Ohio, didn't appoint Vivek Ramaswamy as the new senator. He brought in John Husted. Is John Husted going to be a MAGA senator?
I think a MAGA senator. I think he's, John's not Vivek, but John's a good guy, and he actually supports Trump. He was at a bunch of Trump rallies, and I think he realized that the populist movement in Ohio is red hot right now, and America first means America first. Let the corporations fall in line once we put America first. Now, I want to talk a second about Vivek. Vivek Ramaswamy is a good friend of mine. I love the guy to death. Right now, Ron McCauley is one of my best friends. He is the president of the Ohio Senate. Matt Huffman is the Speaker of the House, the former president of the House Senate. These are two MAGA guys like you can't believe. With Vivek Ramaswamy as our governor in 2 years, we are going to have the trifecta in Ohio. And Ohio, I know you're in Florida, and I love Ron DeSantis, but Ohio's gunning for number one. We want to surpass Texas. We want to surpass Florida. We want to be the number one conservative MAGA state in the country, and it's going to happen if Vivek becomes our governor. And John Husted will do a good job as senator.
So you think that Vivek could actually win the governorship in Ohio?
I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that's a reality.
Love it. Love it. All right, Mr. Rulli, Congressman Rulli, thank you for your time. You come back anytime. Ashley's got your staff's information. Thank you very much for taking your 30 minutes to come on here and talk to us. And yeah, you need to find out about this. They're taking shots at us. That's absolutely crazy. But enjoy your time. Or you're home right now, right? You're not back in Washington yet?
I'm in the district, and I'm going to be heading on the road tomorrow. And God save the Republic and the Second Amendment forever. There's things that unite us all. And remember, I say this every single time, the Republican Party now is the party of love.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming on. All right, so I hope you guys enjoyed that conversation with Congressman Rulli. Yes. Just a second ago, before he came on, I said to you, I mean, you actually heard me say, I showed you this tweet. I said, now would be a good time to buy some pew-pews and some ammo. Things are about to break loose. I said that literally a half an hour ago. And then SV texts me while I'm talking to Congressman Rowley, and he shows me this, and I'm like, you see now? You understand what I'm talking about? If these guys are willing to fire on other guys and ladies who have their own weapons, just so you understand, they're taking shots at border agents. What do you think they would do in a community now that they feel they're about to lose? We're talking lots of money. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars at stake right now. Do you think these guys are just going to go away quietly? You think Trump's in office? What am I going to do? We'll have to find somewhere else to make money. You can't be that obtuse. There's no way anybody can be that obtuse. You better get ready. You can see what's coming. That was the feeling I had last night. That was the feeling at 11:44, laying in bed, and I'm like, things are going so great. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, craziness. Absolute insanity. That's what could go wrong. Stuff that we can't possibly control. You know, like morons taking shots at border agents. And understanding there's a whole bunch of them still here. So be careful. That's all I'm saying. And I just find it amazing that, SB, thank you for sending that over to me. That's just crazy. Crazy that they would take shots at border agents. Send the military to the border. The militaries are, just understand, maybe not in that area of Texas, but the military is already at the border. It is not going to take them any time to send some forces over there. They're right there. I don't know which part they are, but I've seen the Ospreys. We've seen all this stuff. They get the call, hey, can you get over there and take care of these nuts? This is going to get crazy. I hope you guys enjoyed Representative Rowley. I love talking to these guys and getting a little insight. Are you going to put on Fox when Trump starts speaking live? Well, is he supposed to start speaking live? Let me take a look. If Trump is going to speak, let me see if I can find it. I don't see it. You know what? Let me do this. I got to come up with a we'll be back in a minute type video, so you guys aren't staring at me doing work here. But I don't have one right now. But I'm looking. Let me see. Give me 2 minutes. Enjoy yourself. And talk amongst yourself, and I'll see if I can't put that together so it'll come on. Yeah, let me, here's what I can do. I'm mumbling because I'm trying to do all these different things at one time. Let me put this on so you can actually hear what's going on, and then while that's going on, I will get it put together on my other computer so it doesn't get, we don't have any problems. So hold on. 1 second. Let's see what we got here. Hold on. I didn't know he was coming on. Like I said, we never know what to do. Hold on.
Campaign-style rally thanking his supporters, but also promised to fulfill his campaign pledge. Take a listen.
A server, a valet, a bellhop, a bartender, one of my caddies, or any other worker who relies on tipped income, your tips will be 100% yours.
The No Tax on Tip Act would amend an internal revenue code. It would allow employees to claim a deduction of up to $25,000 per year on earned tips from federal income tax. Now, this bill says only traditionally tipped employees will benefit. This includes bartenders, restaurant servers, and beauty services like barbers, hairstylists, nail care, aesthetics, and spa treatments.
And so this is just another opportunity to give people a tax reduction. And they're struggling. They've struggled under Biden's inflation.
Now, that was Florida Senator Rick Scott who introduced the bill. He says that the No Tax on Tips Act will be an extension of President Trump's tax cuts, although it must go through both the House and Senate. He's very optimistic it will pass with significant support.
For my pocket, it's going to help me, pay rent or whatever I have to buy. So obviously, it's actually going to help the service as well, like customers getting better service, better intent.
And the National Restaurant Association say they also support the No Tax on Tip Act, saying that could not only help restaurants keep employees, but also recruit them as well. Mike.
And Dana Marie, it's going to be interesting to see how this all will launch if it does there. And I think a lot of people want to know, too, okay, so you have, of course, the service industry, but I think a lot are looking at the...
If you can do it cheaper, if you can do it with less chips, and it's open source, so it's very cost effective.
That one, but Dana Marie, thanks so much for the updates there from Miami. We really appreciate it. All right, and we will continue to always bring you the latest here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will get you back out to Doral for the start of the House GOP conference. That and much more coming up next here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, so yes, the answer to your question is yes. When he begins talking, we will cover it. I've got 1, 2, 3 different screens ready to go. Let me just check one more screen just to make sure. These impromptu things that we don't know is coming up. What do we got? What is that? All right. All right, so I'm looking, and they said he's expected to speak at 5 p.m. So, being that he's coming up at 5, that gives us an opportunity to further on and go with the show. 5 p.m. is when we're looking to take Trump live. Great. All right. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, and yes, we will have it. Thank you so much, Barry. You bring us the best, and we love you and your family. Thank you very much. We got it. They're gonna get hostages. I believe she's talking about what they're doing over there. Send them 87,000 IRS agents down to the border. Yep. Do something with them. Absolutely do something with them. All right, so since he's coming on at 5, we'll go ahead and continue with the show, and we'll jump as soon as Trump comes on. But I have some more stuff to talk to you guys about. Let's jump into this stuff right now. And what do we got? Oh, we got some stuff on Pete Hegseth. Okay.
Later today, President Trump is going to sign an executive order. He has made good on another campaign promise. He has restated, as of one half hour ago, thousands of U.S. troops with full pay after they were kicked out of the military for refusing a COVID vaccine during the Biden administration. This is welcome news for our next guest who introduced the bill, fighting for this very cause almost 2 years ago, retired Army Ranger, Republican Congressman from the beautiful state of Florida, Brian Mast joins us right now. Brian, good morning to you.
Good to see you.
Well, Congressman, this is great news. Trump said he was going to do this. And ultimately, 8,000 men and women who got kicked out with this mandate by Joe Biden, they can go back. They can get their job at the rank, back pay, same pay. This is a great day for them.
Great day for patriots, great day for our service members, my brothers and sisters in arms. And let's not forget, you go back in time, and it wasn't just the military, it was other government agencies as well, where they were washing essentially conservatives that were raising their hands saying, hey, I don't want to take this vaccine. They were washing them out of government, washing them out of West Point and Naval Academy, Air Force, Coast Guard, Merchant Marine Academies, washing them out from being on the next promotion boards for first sergeants, sergeants majors, or officers, and they were creating a system where the ones that were going to be giving promotion to the next classes of individuals were all going to be those that didn't say, no, I'm not a conservative, and I'm okay with everything that you're doing right now. That's what was taking place.
Move forward troops, do more barriers, and also to ensure mass deportation, support of mass deportations in support of the president's attack. That is something the Defense Department absolutely will continue to do. And today, there are more executive orders coming that we fully support on removing DEI inside the Pentagon, reinstating troops who were pushed out because of COVID mandates, Iron Dome for America. This is happening quick. And as Secretary of Defense, it's an honor to salute smartly, as I did.
Iron Dome for America? Where'd that come from? Where did I hear that? I'm pretty sure I have something that I want to show you guys about that. Yes, I do. Breaking. This was at 12:30 today. Trump will sign an executive order that will begin the process of creating an Iron Dome for America.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
It's always amazing to me that when they give these speeches and they're talking at these impromptu pressers, you know, he's standing on the steps of the Pentagon. Oh yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to get these people back pay, we're going to do the Iron Dome. Hey, slow down. What did you just say? You're going to, and he's like, and we're going to make Fort Benning and we're going to make it Fort Bragg. Dude, slow down. You're dropping news on every other word that comes out your mouth. So if you didn't hear what Pete said, they're going to give the back pay to the soldiers. So that's going to be possibly $100,000, depending on where they were and what they were getting paid. And then they're going to go back and roll back the DEI and rename things. Forget Fort Liberty. It's going to be Fort Bragg again. And then you tell us that we're going to have an Iron Dome. And he said that all in about 5 seconds. And I'm like, did nobody standing on those steps understand he just dropped a whole bunch of news? Let him continue. Let him cook.
As a junior officer and now as the Secretary of Defense, to ensure these orders are complied with rapidly and quickly. Every moment that I'm here, I'm thinking about the guys and gals in Guam, in Germany, Fort Benning and Fort Bragg, missile defense sites and aircraft carriers. Our job is lethality and readiness and warfighting. We're going to hold people accountable. I think Chairman agrees to that. The lawful orders of the President of the United States will be executed inside this Defense Department swiftly and without excuse. We will be no better friend to our allies and no stronger adversary to those who want to test us and try us. So, Mr. Chairman, thanks for welcoming today. I look forward to serving the troops, the warriors of this department. It's the honor of a lifetime. And we're going to get to what? God bless you all. This right here is Ray Oliveira. He was killed in Afghanistan. He was asked about what I wear on my wrist every single day. There was a troop I served with, a soldier I served with in Guantanamo Bay, but I was a team leader. He was killed in Afghanistan, not in my unit, but when I was there. It's these guys that we do this for, those that have given the ultimate sacrifice. Whatever is needed at the border will be provided, whether that is through state active duty, Title 32 or Title 10, because we are reorienting. This is a shift. This is not the way business has been done in the past.
Okay, so this was this morning at about 9 o'clock. And he just said, whatever is needed at the border. Okay, so now you know that these idiots are taking pot shots at border agents. So, you know, right about now at 4:42, he said whatever is needed. So I'm pretty sure they're going to move forces in that Texas area and take on these nuts that decided that, you know, they wanted to take some shots at Border Patrol.
This is the Defense Department will support the defense of the territorial integrity of the United States of America at the southern border, to include reservists, National Guard, and active duty in compliance with the Constitution, the laws of our land, and the directives of the Commander-in-Chief. Those will be decisions made by the White House. I look forward to conversations about anything we need to do to ensure we're securing our southern border.
Mr. Secretary, are you going to change military training?
Sorry?
Are you going to change military training?
Military training will be focused on the readiness of what our troops in the field need to deter our enemies. more rapid fielding, more rapid opportunity to train as we fight will be something we want our units to do across the spectrum of market. And the jury was nothing but investment. They with it right now. The folks are working with it. Thank you. That's a good day. Keep making this This is another. Hey, we're gonna make sure there's accountability for what happened in Afghanistan, and I'm gonna stand by our allies. So thank you. So
there is no evidence anywhere that has been presented that transgender service members are anything but qualified to be.
I'm not going to make much of a comment. I just wanted you to hear this person. I don't want to get myself in trouble here, but
Be a part of our military service. The military is the largest employer of transgender Americans. You heard up to 14,000, 15,000 members identify as trans, and 56 of our retired generals have said that our trans members are ready to serve. They are fit to serve. This will only make our military less ready to serve by taking 15,000 people who volunteered out of service.
So the order also talks about, as Natasha noted, this fact sheet. It said it can take a minimum of 12 months for an individual to complete treatments after transition surgery, which often involves the use of heavy narcotics. During this period, they are not physically capable of meeting military readiness requirements and require ongoing medical care. This is not conducive for deployment or other readiness requirements. I want to get your response to that, but also I spoke to Chris Beck on the phone this morning. You may remember him. He was a Navy SEAL who became a transgender woman, and then he transitioned back. He told me he agrees what President Trump is doing and said, quote, they're 100% unfit for duty. They're on pills and different surgeries, and you have complications with surgeries. You cannot deploy even if you have tooth issues. I'm curious, what do you say to all of that?
I would say that those are decisions that are best made by doctors and patients, including military doctors. This is another version of our political, discriminatory MAGA Republicans trying to use pseudoscience to discriminate against an entire demographic of people.
Pseudoscience. Pseudoscience. Says the dude dressed up like a chick. Pseudoscience. The Trump administration is using pseudoscience to hurt them, says the person dressed up like a chick. Now, I don't know how these people here are going to respond, but the president has declared something. And let's just show you what the president has said. The Trump is going to ink a new executive order today banning those people from being in the military. So I don't know how what y'all gonna do with, because he's going with the pseudoscience. Says down here, President Trump is expected to sign 2 executive orders Monday prohibiting Transformer service members and eliminating diversity, equity, and inclusion from the military. Trump had signed an order on his first day in office revoking the Biden administration's 2021 directive that allowed the Transformers to serve openly in the military, but the incoming EO's executive orders will go further. They lay out military standards on pronouns, gender identity, and directly prohibit thousands of Transformers from being in the military, citing issues with mental and physical readiness. The Department of Defense is directed to make and implement the policy after Trump signs the order. Quote, unit cohesion requires high level of integrity and stability among service members. Let me see if there's anything. Oh, there's more. Excuse me. There can be, quote, no accommodation for anything less than resilience, strength, and the ability to withstand extraordinary physical demands. Individuals who are unable to meet these requirements are unable to serve in the military. This has been the case for decades. It can take a minimum of 12 months for an individual to complete treatments after, where'd that go? After transition surgery, which also often involves a heavy use of narcotics. During this period, they are not physically capable of meeting military readiness requirements and require ongoing medical care. This is not conducive for deployment or other readiness requirements. So Trump is going to make sure that you guys ain't here anymore. Sorry, might sound like pseudoscience, but it's going to be an executive order. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Again, I'm just reading what the man said. You guys can decipher whether or not, if he's being discriminative, but he's the president and he's about to sign an executive order. And it's going to be law. Or law. But I guess they'll call that pseudo law as well. Wow. And what's it? This is like the 6th day? Yeah, 7th day, halfway through the 7th day. And it just keeps pouring it on. More and more and more. I can't wait to hear what he says at the speech. But just so far what you've heard today.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Now, we spoke to Monica Page. When was that? I mean, the days just all seem to run together at this point. But we spoke to Monica Page, and she said that she thinks tomorrow Caroline Leavitt is going to have her first press conference, which means tomorrow, I'm not sure what time we go live. So you're going to have to check inside the forum, our private forum, because that's the only way at this point I can get the information out to you. Excuse me. So go to fanfareshop.org/group. It'll take you to our private X group where I can post as soon as we're planning to go live. Because YouTube's not, if she says, hey, it's 11 o'clock and it's 9 o'clock here, I'm just going to have to get ready to go. So be prepared tomorrow. I want to show you a couple other things before Trump comes on in about 10 minutes. We're keeping an eye on all the monitors to make sure he's not out. Tim Pool put out something interesting. And again, this is something that a lot of people have to begin understanding. Democrats have outlined their exact priorities for us. They would rather those people, and those people go free if it means their coffee is $1 less. I don't care if I'm paying more for coffee. I really don't. I think it's absurd that they're even making this kind of an argument. Dr. Darnell Scott also made something interesting. He said something interesting. He says, my people, black, perish for lack of knowledge and act stupid on social media too. Just want you to let that sink in. All the screaming you hear about, the underserved and the marginalized people amongst us, black people only comprise 4% of DEI positions in the workplace. Well, that could possibly change very, very soon. And it's something that I just love this. You guys worried about jobs? Well, let's look at some jobs. Let's, really understand. Black men, construction job sites just got a bunch of openings today. Understand, if you are an able-bodied man, if you're an able-bodied woman, and you're looking for a job, there's about to be a lot of free jobs. You just need to get off your ass and do it. There's going to be a lot of construction jobs. There's going to be a lot of jobs on farms. There's going to be a lot of jobs cleaning kitchens. There's going to be, I'm telling you, if you want to work, now might be the time. Now might be the time for you to get your act together. In addition to everything else, let me bring this one up. Which window should I use for this? I screwed up on my windows. All right. Just in from Breitbart. In Virginia, Department of Veteran Affairs announced it is complying with Trump's anti-DEI orders. Spokesman Morgan Ackley, under President Trump, the VA is laser focused on providing the best possible care, benefits to veterans, etc. We are proud to have abandoned the divisive DEI policies of the past and pivot back to Virginia's core mission. Like I said earlier, so much is happening in such a small window of time that these Democrats can't possibly figure out what the hell to do. Which makes things, in my mind, a little bit shaky. Little bit shaky. Look at this one. Trump's blow to federal DEI programs places hundreds of bureaucrats on leave, slashes $420 million in contracts. That's somebody's money. That's somebody, or a lot of people who expected to make some money who no longer are making the money. That's the kind of stuff that worries me, because people don't like losing their money. All right, watching. He has not come up on stage yet, so I'm not going to... one more message before we pause for him to come up. This one. A Trump-appointed prosecutor is now investigating the Justice Department for maliciously charging J6 defendants with felony obstruction offenses. Finally, we're charging the criminals who maliciously prosecuted J6ers. So everything you just saw, this one is at 321 that I just showed you. All this stuff is happening rapidly. It's just not giving them any time to find respite. And now you got these people taking oh, it's crazy. Absolutely stunning how much stuff is happening so fast. And then on top of all that, he's getting ready to come out here and talk. Man. All right, so let's go ahead and take some comments as we're waiting for these next couple minutes for him to take the stage. I noticed a big difference at my veterans hospital last Friday, and I wore my Trump cap. Yep. Newcomers are avoiding to pay taxes because they gotta have to get out. Yep, J6. Here it comes. Here it comes, people. Be ready. If I go back to work, it's going to have tips involved. Good one. What goes around comes around. Karma is a you-know-what. Absolutely. Trump is keeping the lefties off of kilter. We can't even keep up. Imagine that. I'm talking to a sitting member of Congress, and while he's sitting having an interview with me, you got these morons taking shots at people at the border. How could you possibly be keeping up with all this stuff? DEI is a cancer everywhere. Absolutely. Trump said it's going to happen quickly. That's something else. I guess they didn't believe him. Trump told us we're going to get tired of waiting. Oh, yeah, absolutely. DeSantis having some issues with state legislature. Yep, he'll get that fixed out. Close the border tunnels down, Barry. Yeah, they got to do that. So it is 4:57. Trump's never on time, so I'd be surprised if he shows up on time. But we'll see. Barry, check on the latest lunacy from California. They're talking about suing oil and gas companies. These people just don't learn. They just don't learn. Trump is like the Energizer Bunny. He keeps going and going. Yes, he does. Keep looking down, waiting for him to show up. Every day is a new day of a different win. Let's see, Dale Parker. Good evening, friends. Thank you. Talking to each other. This is the best part of the movie. This is the best part of the movie. I agree, but it's also one for you to keep your head on a swivel. I'm pretty sure that those border agents who showed up for work in Texas had no. It's a dangerous area, but I'm pretty sure they didn't you think these idiots would be stupid enough, absolutely stupid enough, to take shots at us, knowing that the military is being deployed not too far from here. Trump knows what's happening with the J6ers. They're in constant contact with Laura Logan and others who are in contact with Trump. Extra offenses were done by the state. So much. So just to give me a second here. Let me do this. Barry Trump has his own. Where's that? Barry Trump has his own timetable called Trump Time, and we should all be on it to keep up. Yep, absolutely. So just to let you know, the schedule for this week. I'm pretty sure, based upon what Monica said, that Caroline Leavitt is probably going to do a presser tomorrow, which we will certainly cover. So if she does that, we'll cover that. Then Wednesday is, if I get this correct, Wednesday is RFK Jr.'s hearing. That's going to start at about 10 a.m. As you know, it goes all day. Obviously, we will cover it. Thursday, we got two starting at about the same time. We have Tulsi and Kash. So what we're going to do here, we're going to cover Kash Patel's hearing live at 9:30. So be here at 9:30. Right, and they start pretty prompt, so we'll take that. While that is going on, we're going to tape Tulsi's hearing. And as soon as Kash Patel's hearing is over, then we'll roll into the Tulsi Gabbard, because people aren't going to see it. I mean, people are going to pick one or the other. And everybody who I've talked to in our crowd has said, yeah, you got to take Kash live. So we're going to take the Kash Patel hearing live, and then we'll go with Tulsi right thereafter. Stop the poison drug flow. Imagine. And again, I'm just going to keep throwing that out there. Just imagine how much money is at stake for so many people with what Trump is doing. You know about the trafficking. You know about the fentanyl. You know about the yayo. Just think how much money every single day at this point is being stifled because he's got the military on the border. That has got to be freaking out a lot of people, some of whom are probably in politics. Very, very scary. Very, very scary. These people are going to freak out. How about no tax on Social Security? I think you already said that. Yep, Kyle, you're absolutely right. Billions are at stake. This man he's probably still being hunted. I hope now he's got the Secret Service that he needs surrounding him, but I can't even imagine the tentacles that reach out to people who are being hindered in their cash flow right about now. That's the kind of stuff that makes me go, ouch. I won't be able to follow along. I'll be at work until 3. Okay, yeah, busy. So much going on. Yep, Kash is a must. We got to take the Kash hearing. And okay, I'm looking to see what they're doing. And it's 5:01. He has not taken the stage. Let me just make sure my volume is working so I can turn to it very quickly. Okay, we're all 5 by 5. We're ready to go as soon as he steps up. Cartel has made bank for 4 years. Daily. Made money daily. The bounty laws will be turned on. Coming. Is Trump live yet? No, he is not live yet. I'm looking at the time on the screen. It's 5:02. Time on my screen is 5:02. So I know a lot of you go, he's on right now. Nope, he is not on right now. We are looking. And I don't know if he does it because of security or what, But if you notice, none of this stuff is publicized. You just go, yeah, he's going to be talking at 5 o'clock. Okay. So I have an interview at 7 p.m. with Kim Wargo tonight. That may be all, all that show entails, because I don't know how long he's going to speak, and then I still have, you know what, I can keep the second half of this show. I can use that for Kim, and then we'll go with the show afterwards. Barry, you need to interview Trump. I would love to interview Trump. That is for sure. This is the part of the movie when we have to sit on the edge of our seats. I love the way I loved how you pose that. That is exactly true. Right now, on a daily basis, we don't know what's going to be happening. But it is happening. I think you guys can all see that. Good evening, my brother. Hi, Sean. How are you doing? They shot the whole border down. Okay. If they shut the whole border down for a week. Yeah, I would. I'd shut it down for a whole while. And we see what happens here. Restaurants becoming great again. Barry, you may get tongue-tied with Trump. All I got to do is keep my energy, keep the energy up. The wife feeds me well. We're good. Oh, shoot. You ever remember something when you're supposed to remember it and you just remember it? We use a service called Instacart, where we start groceries and then they bring the groceries to the house. And I'm realizing I was supposed to start my groceries at 2:30, but we didn't. Barry, you really need to interview Tyrus. Ashley, that's you. That's all you. Shut the border for 6 months. That would be great. Just shut it down. Shut it down completely. Barry, how do you do it? I'm exhausted watching all that you do. Well, when I do my normal show, it's pretty templated. I know what I'm going to do when I'm going to do it. When I get in the comment section and said, hey, are you going to cover Trump live when he comes on? I'm like, what? When's he coming on? I didn't hear about it because I was talking. And then I have to quickly figure out where I'm going to pull the feed from, then have the backup feed in case something happens. But I'm good. I'm good. One of the things that's good now, I have a good relationship with RSBN, but the Fox feed is usually a primary feed. It's usually perfect in terms of the sound and everything. And so I'm going to be using that as a primary feed when he comes on today. But I got RSBN as a backup. Thanks for all you do, Barry. Watching from Louisville, Kentucky. If you don't want newcomers, it should be shut permanently. What about land taxes? That's other than SALT, land/property taxes. That's state. You're going to have to talk to your state government about that. That's not going to be something he could do. Barry, you need to interview Big Homie CC. Who's Big Homie CC? Don't know Big Homie CC. Still waiting. The crowd is milling around. Not much going on yet. Actually, I can show you that. Let me do it this way so I can show you without the sound. There it is. All right, so you'll see as soon as he walks up. Shutting down the border for a long period of time isn't smart. We do need the farm workers that come legally. Where is Trump speaking from? Trump is speaking from Doral, Florida, where his golf resort is here in South Florida. Doral is like southwest Miami, so it's right here. Oh, there's my dog. Southwest Miami, so it's right here, not too far away. Thank you for turning on the chat early. We really enjoy the time. No problem. I haven't heard Trump mention no tax on overtime anymore. I hope it's still on the table. He mentioned it in Vegas, so you might have missed that speech, but he did mention it in Vegas. Let's see what else we got. Barry is made for this. Have you guys heard that Tom Cotton doesn't want Tulsi Gabbard? No, I have not heard that. We can't lose any more than the three nuts. The three nuts being Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins and Mitch McConnell. Barry, what's happening in Mexico is horrific. If Americans ever watched the movie Sicario, that is nothing compared to the real violence. Okay. Sicario. I absolutely love that movie. Forget the guy's name. Benicio del Toro is a Mexican hitman, and that movie is absolutely great. Oh my gosh, Patty says she's got the most amazing sunset going on. Let's see, aren't we there to shut the border down now? Pretty much, that's what's going to happen. Judge Janine looks like she's on a roll. Guess she told Jessica Tarla. Jessica Tarla is such a twit. At this point, most of the people on the left are twits because they can't even believe what they've been saying. Hello, I'm here just said that's not true about Cotton. That's why I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything because I didn't know, so I wasn't going to say one way or the other, but it's... Can we pause the wedding? Please interview Brandon Straka. Ashley, if you're on, I'm not sure if she had to go get the girls or not, but that's a good request there, Brandon Straka. If you guys don't know who Brandon Straka is, I forget what the name of his movement was, but Brexit was Candace. I forget, but he's a gay man, and he put together an entire movement to move people to Trump. And he also got arrested during the J6 stuff, so that was crazy. Yep, the Marines are on the border. Yeah, Avery, I just got off work. I'm playing catch up. Honestly, where'd that go? Bringing the tanks, the Marines, and the Special Forces. Oh, here it is. Hey, Ray. Just got off work. I'm playing catch up. Honestly, these newcomers want to... They want to cry and be mad at somebody. They need to be mad at Biden and Obama for filling their heads with bull. They didn't. That's what I said earlier. He didn't sneak up on you. That's one thing nobody can say about Trump. He did not sneak up on people. He told you for a year what he was going to do. Not true about Cotton. He literally said today, Tulsi served for more than 20 years. She passed every background check, and she's a patriot with integrity. Still nothing. It's 5:10. Trump has not walked out as of yet, so we're still looking. Walk away. That's right. That was Brandon Strata's organization, Walk Away Movement. Yep, Brandon Stratton created Walk Away. That's exactly what he put together. All right, you can see yourself. Nothing's going on yet. We don't have Trump. Nothing happening. They never. Oh, this one is pretty cool. The Mexican cartel is like an army. I'm not even going to say like an army. It's almost as if the cartels are the Mexican army, because who knows where they got their weapons, and how would you allow something like a cartel to grow in your country? I've even heard that the current president, the woman, was installed by the cartel. You know, am I going to say it? Yeah, I'll say it. We need to just go and take over Mexico. I'm just going to say it. All right. Nope, they never expected Trump to win. Absolutely. I think no income tax would be a burden for seniors that don't pay any income tax. Why? Why would no income tax be a burden for people who, as you just said, who don't pay any income tax? So if you don't pay any income tax, how is it a burden? Don't get me started. Don't get me started. All right, nothing going on yet. I don't understand when a lot of people talk about things would increase for you. That's not true. I live in a no income tax state. I live in a state that charges sales tax. That's how revenue is generated down here. One of the biggest states in the country, right? Excuse me. One of the biggest states in the country, and there's no income tax in Florida. How does DeSantis do it? How has it been done before DeSantis even got here? Well, most of it's done by sales tax. A lot of money for schools comes from the lottery, but it can work. I've been living it down here for however long we've been down here. Every September or so, they have something where no tax on back to school items, and different things have exemptions. And as you know, there's lots of seniors down here. So if the seniors down here are able to survive with no income tax but yet pay sales tax, what do you mean you can't do it? I see it every single day. There are probably more seniors here than most of the areas in the country. Maybe Arizona has more seniors. But other than that, we got a whole bunch of seniors on fixed incomes who pay no income tax, who are subject to a state sales tax, a consumption tax, who understand, yeah, we can live here. This is pretty good. Just saying. Barry, what about Cuba since Biden took that regimen from terrorist list? Yeah, I'm sure. Again, that's why Marco Rubio, perfect. The federal income tax was only supposed to be collected during times of war. It wasn't supposed to be something for them to act as a piggy bank. So hold on. I'm looking and nothing going. Yeah, of course, because, wait a minute. What did you just say? Somebody said, because sales tax, 6%. Yeah, Beth lives down here as well. She lives not too far south of me. It's 6%. So if you know you're not paying any income tax for 20 or 30%, but you're going to pay 6 or even, put it this way, whatever if you pay no income tax right now because you're a senior, and your sales tax goes up, I don't know, some people are talking about it being a 20% sales tax nationally, on top of whatever your state sales tax is, on certain items. When I go to the grocery store, let me just pick, I just mentioned Instacart to you. When we do our Instacart order, and we go ahead and order all the groceries, most of the stuff that we order doesn't have any taxes. Now, if Robin wants to get some makeup or buy a bottle of wine or some sherry, that may have some taxes. But the food doesn't have any taxes. So I just try to talk to people and say, what exactly is it that bothers you about paying sales taxes? Because you don't have to if you don't want to. Okay, so you may want to go buy a new blouse or a new shirt, and you might have to pay sales tax on that item. But understand, and this is what I keep telling people, is currently the national income tax is not optional. You have to pay the income tax. Nobody is going to force you to pay sales tax because you actually have to buy something. So if you don't buy anything, you're not getting charged it. And for some people, for some reason, people aren't grasping that. If you can't afford an item because the price of it plus the sales tax, then you don't buy that item. So it's very simple. Just look at what you pay on a daily basis, and you look at your budget and look at those line items and say, what do I buy and what's going to go up? I don't know. Excuse me. Yep, there's no tax on medical supplies down here. Yep, Texas also has no state income tax. So it can be done. It's those other states that charge you federal income tax, state income tax, municipal income tax, and they just tax you to death. It's crazy. We need to band together nationwide and protest against property taxes on seniors. I'd rather pay sales tax than almost $7,000 in property taxes. Yeah, I can see it. And this senior also pays state tax. So our sales tax in Washington is 9.8%. Wow, that's high. That's high. I see the Pennsylvania taxes everything. I traded property with my niece, and we had to pay the taxes of the property all over again on both property. That's that double taxation. Sales tax will go up, but there will be lots more money in your check. As a senior myself, maybe a lower sales tax on those who with ID are over 70, but the rich buy more and more expensive things. Yeah, you want to go ahead and buy a Bentley? You're going to have to pay more. They don't care. They don't care at all. It costs an extra $5-6 grand. New Jersey, a blue state, taxes you to death. Dems never saw a tax they didn't like. 9.5 in Los Angeles. But does Los Angeles also charge you a city tax on top of that as well? Or is that the city tax? They charge you that on top of the state tax. Virginia, somebody said Virginia? Where'd that go? Virginia makes you pay taxes on items you own. That's crazy. That's great. Property taxes. I've heard of a fair tax of 35%. What? What? Wait a minute. I've heard of a fair tax of 35%. Think that's what it would be. You crazy? You want to charge people 35% flat tax? Oh, be still my heart. You crazy. Yep, a 10% sales tax coupled with cutting a lot of the stupid expenses would be all that would be needed. 10%. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I'd sign on tomorrow. 10%. Yeah, that would be. That's why every single person that I interview in Congress, I keep asking them, is this something that you think has any chance of being viable? That there's any legs whatsoever of getting this stuff passed? Well, you know you're going to get 50 no's on the left side, or actually 47. They're not going to go for it. Period. Nothing. They don't like anything deducted small. Yeah, exactly. That's insane, a 35% tax. Hell no. All right, so we're at 5:21. I could have done the rest of the show. He's still not out there yet. Even the Lord our God says 10%. Yeah, he doesn't say 35%. We dodged a bullet on could you imagine? Could you imagine if we had to pay unrealized capital gains? For those of you who don't know, unrealized capital gains is you're sitting on a stock, you're sitting on some real estate, you bought it for $100, now that property is worth $200, but you haven't sold it. And what Kamala wanted to do was to tax you on the perceived profit, even though you didn't sell it yet. So in essence, forcing you to sell it or pay, or lose it. She was going to tax everybody. Unreal. I remember Herman Cain's plan. Get rid of income tax is not going to just happen overnight. A lot of things have to be figured out. Correct. You're absolutely correct. Even Tony Soprano only did 25%. You're like a window cleaning dirt off the glass, making things clear by cleaning it off. Thank you. A lot of this stuff is so much common sense that when you think about it in a box and say, okay, what is income tax for? Income tax is brought in by the government. Notice they don't like to call it tax. They call it revenue. It's revenue. No, it's not revenue. It's tax. And then they use that revenue to pay. Who are they paying? Ukraine, and as you heard Congressman Ruley, we're paying off these Caribbean countries, all this foreign aid, just by Trump stopping foreign aid. Just think about that. How many of these countries all of a sudden had severe sphincter tightenage? What do you mean we're not getting the cash from the United States? No, he said it's done. We're not giving away any money. We're going to keep it right here. All that money, we're gonna use it right here. Foreign aid, how many billions, kickbacks and everything else and he shut it off. That's why I was telling y'all, there's a lot going on. Okay, let me just check the time here. 5:23. Everything is copacetic. Let's look at the backdrop so you guys can see it again when he walks out. If he walks out. The most important thing is to stop the fraud and the waste. Yep. Let's see what else we got. Common sense is always uncommon. Yeah, I agree with that. It's revenue for them, Barry. There ain't a Democrat who probably would want to do away with tax. So we are 24 minutes behind him walking out. So I want to keep going. I feel like I'm wasting time when I could be talking, but then watch me get in the middle of something and him show up. That's the whole thing. Is we'll be talking about something, and then of course Trump will walk out on stage. But I want to talk to you about the whole thing. I put up a video earlier, and it was something I covered yesterday with J.D. Vance talking to Margaret Brennan as she was out there running her mouth about just challenging the vice president as if she knew better. And I'm thinking to myself, why, who, for what reason does the media hate America so much? Because at this point, it's obvious they hate America. They are doing everything they can to try not just destroy Donald Trump, but to destroy America. So now they've got this huge campaign where they're putting the criers out, and these people are crying on TV because, life sucks for them because Uncle Freddie is getting deported when Uncle Freddie shouldn't have been here to begin with. But somehow it's Trump's fault because he's enforcing the law. I've known people in media, and I don't understand what happens to them when they get into that hive mind crap that they get into when they go into Washington or New York. One of them in particular, who I love, is Catherine Herridge, who's down there doing... Have you been following what Catherine Herridge has been doing at Gitmo? That is the weirdest series of reporting I have ever seen. It is completely secret. She's showing you all the stuff they're doing at Gitmo, and you're like, what in the hell's going on? Number one, I understand you're showing me, and you're saying I can't show you this, and you're doing... What is going on at Gitmo? Nobody's talking about that. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go look up Catherine Herridge on X. If you look up Catherine Herridge on X, you're going to see a whole bunch of stuff. She has filed, I believe, 8 different reports, 8 different video reports on what's happening at Gitmo. And if you watch all 8, you're still going to come back going, what in the hell am I watching? Give me something. Your videos look fantastic. You're down there in the Caribbean. You're right in Cuba. What in the hell is going on? Why are they spending millions of dollars? And I say spending. Understand, even though Trump is the president right now, they are still spending millions of dollars building out courtrooms and facilities in Gitmo. I don't know what's coming. I'm telling you, something is coming. I just don't know what it is. But it's something still coming. And we have some movement now. This must be the pre-show. It's not Trump. It's some people moving on stage. Let's take a look at who these people are. I don't know who they are. Is that Franklin Graham or I don't know. I don't know who these people are. I want to take the feed from Fox, but they're probably not going to come in here until he's ready to actually talk. So what I'm probably going to do is let you see this RSBN feed until such time as they cut to it at Fox, because now somebody is actually talking. I'm not sure who this woman is, but we will see right now. Let me cut to
foreign
this.
policy. Of course, Kristi Noem now in at the Department of Homeland Security, so his national security apparatus is happening. And we'll toss it over to the event live in real time. President Donald Trump forthcoming at Doral. Oh, and Speaker Johnson there to kick things off.
All right, so Mike Johnson is going to speak first, and then Donald Trump, or he may bring Donald Trump out.
Been waiting a while, and you've been very patient, and it will be well worth it. My friends, I want to welcome you to Doral International, Trump's fantastic property, and to the new golden age of America. America's back, my friends. That's right. America really is back. We felt it before we left Capitol Hill. There's a new atmosphere, a new change. People are excited, and we feel that around the country. Many of you went home and heard that from your constituents and your family and friends. Something is happening. It's very exciting. America is back. Common sense is back. Strength is back again. That's right. What's happening around the world right now is interesting as well. Our allies and our friends are encouraged again, and our adversaries are nervous. They're on notice. They see what's happening because something has changed. There's a new sheriff in town, and American strength is back, and we have been so excited for that. The country has been waiting upon it, and the reason for that is because our new president is back in the White House, the 47th president of the United States. He doesn't need a long introduction, and I won't give you one, but I would just say this. The first week in office was the most momentous of any that anyone can remember, probably of any administration, and he's already accomplished more for the American people than his predecessor did in all 4 years. There's more of that to come. That's right. And as House Republicans and Republicans in the Senate and the House join together, we are going to bring forward the America First agenda. We will be a part of this new renaissance in America, the new golden age, and it begins right now. My friends, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited to introduce to you tonight the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Let's hear it. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know
There, Trump is walking out, as you guys can see. Obviously, that's a copyrighted song that I can't play, but he will be talking very shortly. Let's take it as soon as he begins talking. Donald Trump, the 47th President of the United States. That's Steve Scalise. That's Trump, Mike Johnson. I'm not sure who the other two people are who are on stage with him right now. So we're just waiting for the music to stop, and then we will take Trump completely live. You won't miss a minute of what he has to say. All right, that should be about done. All right, they're waiting. They're playing the whole song, so they're playing the whole doggone song. The whole song they're playing, and I don't want to risk a 2.5 hour broadcast on a 30 seconds of Lee Greenwood's song. But they're just about done, and we'll be taking his speech. Don't have any idea what he's going to be talking about. Have no clue what exactly it is this speech is about. Let me just check. Okay, so he's still talking, still dancing. Hold on. We're gonna go to it in 1 second. Okay, so Trump is coming. Let me just move this over here so you guys can see it. And that's me talking, so you can see they're playing the long version of this song. He's taking it all in, doing some dancing, real happy. In case you guys don't know, YouTube is censor happy on the music, but it's, let's see, are we about done? Let's almost a little bit more of the chorus, and we'll get right to it. It is what it is. Can't do anything about it. And no, I don't have the rights to it. And some of you guys are going to say, well, RSPN's playing it. That's because I don't want to get into all that. That doesn't really matter. All right, looks like he's ready to step up, and let's hear it.
Thank you very much, everybody. I want to thank you all and congratulate you. I mean, this is a very big congratulations to our re-elected House Republican majority on your largest popular vote. Did you know that since 1928? That's a long time, Mike, right? That's a long time. But I especially want to thank our outstanding leadership team. Speaker Mike Johnson, we all know so well. He's doing great. Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who's gone through so much. And he looks better today than he did 10 years ago. I don't know what's going on. Thank you very much, Steve. You look great. Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Tom, thank you. Great job. And House Conference Chair Lisa McLean. Lisa, thank you very much. Great job. Thanks as well to all of the incredible House members and staff for your tireless work on behalf of our country, along with Congressional Institute CEO Kelly Strickland. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you very much. So we have Kellyanne Conway. Nobody knows Kellyanne. Does anybody know? Where's Kellyanne? She's around. What? She's so good. She's a good person, too. She's a good person, too. And the mayor of Hialeah, I love this guy because he said, sir, we want to name a major boulevard after you. And he did it. Anybody that names a boulevard after me, I like him a lot. Esteban Bovo and Hialeah, mayor of Hialeah, thank you, wherever you may be. Esteban, where are you? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great honor, actually. A lot of people come back from Hialeah. They say, they just named a road after you. I said, that's okay. It's a beginning, right? It's a start. With the help of everyone in this room, we've just won the most epic, consequential political victory in American history, according to a lot. One of the major fake newspapers, so in this case, it's not fake news, let's say, but they said it's the most consequential election victory in the last 129 years. I'm trying to figure out what that means, 120. Who was there 129 years ago? But it was a great one. At the presidential level, we won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in decades. We swept all 7 swing states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada by very, very big margins, record-setting. And for the first time ever, all 50 states, did you know this? Shifted toward the Republican Party. We've never had that before. Nobody has, actually. It's never happened before. You must be doing a good job, fellas. We won the largest number of African-American voters in Republican history, including 39% of black men, a record by a lot. So that's really nice. Thank you. And we won more Hispanic American votes than any Republican ever. It's never won any, not even close. Look at that, Hispanic American. We made historic strides with youth, men, women, urban, suburban, and rural voters. And in a political earthquake, yeah, sit down, just enjoy it. What the hell? We're going to be here for a little while. But in a political earthquake, we won a wave of support from labor unions, including massive numbers of auto workers, which gave us Michigan as an example. Think of that. We won Michigan easily, and we did tremendous with the auto workers. And an overwhelming majority of the rank and file membership of the Teamsters. The Teamsters were great. They showed up in droves and we won them by a lot. Together, we're forging a new political majority that's shattering and replacing Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal coalition, which dominated American politics for over 100 years. That's what we're doing. And what Mike said before, common sense. It is a little bit of common sense. Maybe it's a lot of common sense. Under our leadership, the Republican Party has become the proud voice of hardworking American citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. We become the party of the American dream and wealth creation for everyone, not just the rich. If we do our job over the next 21 months, not only will House Republicans be reelected and expand our majority in 2026, we will cement a national governing coalition that will preserve American freedom for generations to come. There has never been anything like what's happened in politics in the last few years. Never been anything like it. Everybody, people of religion, everybody seems to be with us. I don't know how anybody could even vote for the other side. In many cases, they don't, but they do get credit for it. You'll have to think about that. I've raised a lot of money for the next race that I assume I can't use for myself, but I'm not 100% sure because I don't know. I think I'm not allowed to run again. I'm not sure. Am I allowed to run again? Mike, I better not get you involved in that argument. No, we raised a lot of money, a tremendous amount, and our teletown halls are something that's very special that nobody else is able to even contemplate using. We've gotten a lot of people elected with those teletown halls. We have 25, 30,000 people on just in a congressional area, and they win easy. It works for Elvis, the Beatles, and it doesn't work for anyone else, but it works for Trump. And we would have tremendous crowds on those calls, and I think I'll bet we got 35, 40 people elected because of the teletown halls. But I did say to them, and I said, this is the greatest, the person that sort of has the rights to it, and he happens to be a great Republican. And I said, this is the greatest invention. This thing is going to make a fortune. He said, no, it's not that good, actually, because it only works for you. He said, actually, sir, it only works for you because somebody else they're not picking up. So I'm honored to have that privilege, and I used it carefully. But we've done a lot of the teletown halls for people, and I don't think we've ever lost one, right? It's hard to lose one, even if you only get 5,000 or 6,000 people on a congressional race. But we've done them for states, we've done them for governors, and we've done them for senators. And we did a couple countrywide. I did a couple for myself countrywide. They're absolutely amazing. And we got the message out through that and lots of other means. We even got it out through TikTok. Has anyone ever heard of TikTok? I have a little bias toward TikTok right now, I have to tell you. So we won youth by the largest margin. No Republican, we generally don't win youth. We won by 36 points. Can you imagine that? And I think TikTok had something to do. So pardon me if I'm I became a little bit jaded toward TikTok, but we'll see what happens. We're going to have a lot of people bidding on it. And if we can save all that voice and all the jobs, and China won't be involved. You don't want China involved, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But over the past 7 days, my administration has been moving with urgency and historic speed to reverse every single disaster of the Biden administration. By the way, the guy was a disaster, okay? We want to be nice. And he's probably not listening right now because it's a little late. But, I don't want him to listen. I don't want to say it. I feel badly. I was, making the inauguration speech, and I'm saying all the bad things. And he's sitting like right here. I'm saying they were a horrible administration. They didn't know what they were doing. They were grossly incompetent. I got a guy sitting right next to me. It's not that easy to do, even though he didn't understand what I was saying. He really did. And deliver on the mandate that we've been given by the American people. In a single week, I've taken over 350 executive actions. We've signed 300. Who ever heard of that one? And as I said in my inaugural address, the American decline is over. It's over. The golden age of America has officially begun. And I think that's a good thing for us to talk about, the golden age and the American dream. I think it's a good thing because people haven't been talking that way for a long period of time. On day one, I directed every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life. And we're going to do that. You're going to see it starting to happen when we get going with the energy. The energy is going to, brought everything up. It's going to bring everything down. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze. A foreign aid freeze, isn't that nice? We get tired of giving massive amounts of money to countries that hate us, don't we? And I created the new Department of Government Efficiency, and I think it's going to be very meaningful. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New Scam, one of the great scams in history. Actually, isn't it 12 years up? They gave us 12 years to live, right? I think that we passed it, right? We're still around. Can you believe it? The person that really came up with it is a person that never even took a course on the environment. Was a poor student, not a good student, didn't understand a lot. And she came up with this idea, and everybody all of a sudden started going. And then mainstream, important Democrat leaders were starting, they got sucked into it. And we've spent trillions of dollars on just like throwing it out the window. You could throw it out the window. You would have been better off. I withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord, and I canceled. It was so one-sided. We had obligations, but Russia didn't, China didn't, other countries didn't. We paid everything. We're going to lose $1 trillion over a short period of time on that. And we had to do everything. They didn't have to do anything. It was ridiculous. And I canceled the insane and very costly electric vehicle mandate. So you can buy a car of your choice. If you like gasoline, go have it. And if you like hybrids are doing well. You can have it, or you can buy an electric car. We like electric. We like everything, but you have to have a right to buy everything. I withdrew from the World Health Organization, where we paid $500 million a year, and China paid just $39 million a year, despite a much larger population. How about that? So we're paying $500 million a year. China's paying $39 million a year. They have 1.4 billion people. We have nobody knows what we have. So many people came across the border. Nobody has any idea. I used to say like 325, but we really don't know. But we're going to know soon. We're going to know. And I tell you, our people are doing Tom Holman and his staff are doing an incredible job getting the bad ones out. I declared a national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold that's right under our feet, because we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. It's going to bring down prices, and your energy costs are going to go way down, and that'll happen, I think, relatively quickly. I'm going to give fast environmental approval for anybody building a plant for electric generation, and anybody that invests more than $1 billion will get super rapid approval. Not that they have to wait for 9 years, 14 years, like I approved LNG plants in Louisiana. They were waiting for so many years. It wasn't Louisiana's fault. It was some people, they just wouldn't get them done. You've got a snail here, a tiny tree here, and I got it done in a matter of a few days. 14 years, I got it done in about 3 days. The people, as we called them, I'll never forget, I called them and I said, congratulations, you got your permit. What? They were so shell-shocked. They didn't know what the hell was happening. They're going to spend, and they spent about $16 billion on each plant, and they've been roaring since then. But we got them done in a matter of a few days. Over the past week, we've begun the largest deregulation campaign in history, far exceeding even the record-setting efforts in my first term. That was record-setting deregulation, and that was just as big as tax cuts as far as business and jobs were concerned. I'll tell you. I actually asked, it's interesting because I actually asked some of the biggest businessmen in the country. I said, let me ask you, if you had the choice between the big tax cuts, we cut it from 40% to 21%. We're going to cut it further, but we cut it down to 20. Everybody said that would be impossible. The people on the stage helped us with that one a lot. But I said, if you had your choice of that or the big deregulation cuts, what would you take? These are the guys that run the big companies, the big oil companies, the big companies of every kind. I said, would you take the big tax cut or the big cut in regulations? And I've never had anybody said they'll take the tax cut. They took the regulation cut. I'll bet I asked that question 100 times to 100 of the biggest people. They always said, sir, we'll take the regulation cut. You opened us up. You let us create all these jobs that we've all seen happen. So it was even bigger than the big tax cut. I also signed in order to end the weaponization of our government against the American people and investigate all abuses of power. And I stopped government censorship once and for all, and we brought back free speech to America. That's what happened. We're going to bring it back. Because we didn't have free speech. We didn't have free speech. I mean, I was investigated more than any human being in history. Alphonse Capone was a baby. Now, this was a serious killer, Scarface. You've all heard of Scarface. He had a scar for a reason. He didn't play games, but he was Scarface. Of course, nobody ever called him Scarface to his face. They said, Al, you look great today. Guy had a scar that was like 2 inches thick that ran from here to here. And they say, Al, you look fantastic. But Scarface was not investigated as much as your president was investigated. And it turned out to be a positive thing for me. Can you believe it? It turned out to be, we got a lot of votes. I think we got a lot of votes because they saw it was weaponization. It was a fight against a political opponent. I ordered the end to all of the lawless diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense policies across the government and all across the private sector and the military. We got it. We're getting it out, and we've gotten it out pretty much. We did that in 1 week. And it wasn't that easy, but everybody wanted it. People that were strongly in favor of it, I thought, called me and said, thank God you got rid of that. That was so bad. It was so bad. We hated it. We abolished 60 years of prejudice and hatred with the signing of one order, all approved by the Supreme Court of the United States. It was a big thing, and the United States has become a meritocracy again. We are a country that's based now on merit for success. Merit. If you're good at what you do, you're going to go places. I made it and who would have thought that was going to happen? We didn't even talk about that one because I figured that one was going to be toughest to get. And so we are now, if you do a meritorious job, if you do something where you're just outstanding, you advance, and that's what it's about. It's about competition, and it's about a lot of things. And the other becomes a very dangerous plateau. We were on that plateau too long, and it's one of the reasons that you saw very bad things happening with our country. I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female. Gee, that was a tough one. That was a tough one. Some of these people say like 7 genders. I'm trying to say, go and name them. They got some weird stuff going on. No, we have 2 genders. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, and we are restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in Alaska in honor of the incredible people of the state of Ohio who loved their governor and loved the man that became president. He was the big tariff sheriff, they used to call him, and made a lot of money. Our country became very rich, and when he was assassinated, Teddy Roosevelt became president, and he spent all of that money that was made from tariffs. The money was so enormous, and they built the thing called the Panama Canal. You might have read about this lately. It's become a hot subject because China essentially has taken it over, and we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let that happen. It was the biggest investment to this day ever made by the country. In other words, if you bring it up to modern day numbers, we spent money that we've never spent anything so much. We've never had so many people die. 38,000 people died building the Panama Canal 110 years ago. And they gave it away for $1. It's also one of the most profitable things ever built. You know, ships are lined up back to Florida trying to get through. We're not gonna let that happen. Wasn't the deal. We didn't give it to China, gave it to Panama, sort of, I guess, but they haven't behaved properly. Perhaps most importantly, I declared a national emergency to stop the invasion of our southern border. We're going to stop that invasion. We've already done it. And today in Tijuana, you probably saw, I got a call from Tom Homan and some of the people. They said, sir, it's unbelievable. There is nobody. You have this huge area. It's a gathering area. It's always been packed with these people. What they did to our country is so unbelievable. That they could do this to our country is so horrible. But he said, there's nobody there. And then they actually put it on television. I got to see it. And there was literally not one person, this vast area where people stay there all day long and they just walk right into our country
They're just unchecked, no way, no checking for IDs like voter ID. They don't want voter ID because they want to cheat. They wanted these people to come in because they want to cheat too. But who could allow this to happen? But there wasn't one person standing in this massive an area that's like 5 football fields that was packed for years under these horrible people that wanted to kill our country. We halted all illegal entry. We have successfully ended catch and release, and we're deporting 100% of all new trespassers apprehended at the border, and nobody's coming in, and nobody's coming now because they know they're not going to be able to come in. So we've really stopped something that was very, very serious. But we have to get the bad ones out. We have many murderers, many very bad people in our country that they've allowed because of a ridiculous, actually stupid, open border policy. I've also deployed troops to the border, and for the first time in history, we're locating and loading illegal aliens into military aircraft and flying them back to the places from which they came. And very importantly, America is respected again. We're respected again. Isn't that nice? You know, after years of laughing at us like we're stupid people. And as you saw yesterday, we've made it clear to every country that they will be taking back our people that we're sending out, the criminals, that the illegal aliens coming from their countries. We're taking them back, and they're going to take them back fast. And if they don't, they'll pay a very high economic price, and we're going to immediately install massive tariffs, and will be placed on them, and other sanctions. But the tariffs, I told you, most beautiful word in the dictionary. I also told you that I said that the first time, and I got just absolutely decimated by the fake news, you know. I said, it's the most beautiful word. And the fake news said, what about religion? What about God? What about love? So now I say it's the 4th most favorite word in the dictionary. It's God, love. It's all these other things, but I say number 4, but God, love, religion, tariff, 4th. Another couple of weeks, it'll be like 10. Hopefully it's going to stay in the top 10, but the fake news went after me, Tom, because I didn't say the first 3. And now now that I say it, immediately say it. I'm sure they're going to find some others. Throughout the week, the heroes of ICE have been hunting down and arresting hundreds of illegal alien criminals per day, including those with charges and convictions for rape, child sexual assault, terrorism, and even murder. Many murders and in the crowd, and many of these murderers have committed far more than one murder. This is not going to work out, and we're going to get them the hell out of here. And members of the savage Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Agua and MS-13, including 50 violent individuals who were rounded up in Aurora, Colorado, which the Venezuelan gang took over. The governor, who's a radical left governor, was petrified. He didn't know what to do. He said, no, it's not that bad. They've only taken over a couple of apartment houses. See, they went into the real estate business. They did it unconventionally. They did it with guns. We have to go out and borrow or use cash to buy. They just did it with guns. They took over. He said, no, it's not that bad. They only took over a couple of buildings. We're tracking down the illegal alien criminals. We're detaining them, and we are throwing them the hell out of our country. We have no apologies, and we're moving forward very fast. They're very dangerous people. They're very dangerous people. They're violent people. I used to say these are more violent than our criminals. In fact, the best part about them is they make our criminals look quite nice, actually, by comparison. They are very violent people. We also have many violent criminals in our country, however, that did not necessarily come here illegally, but have been arrested 30 times, 35 times, 41, 42 times in a couple of cases, 25 times, 18 times. Many for murder and other heinous charges, such as pushing people into subways. As the train's coming along at 45 miles an hour, boom, you get pushed into the subway. They had it last week. Hitting them in the head with baseball bats while they're not looking, punching old ladies in the face, knocking them unconscious and stealing their purse. They even break into apartments and rape elderly women and beat up elderly men, beat them to hell. And I don't want these violent repeat offenders in our country any more than I want illegal aliens from other countries who misbehave. And I say, and this is subject to getting it approved, but if they've been arrested many, many times, they're repeat offenders by many numbers. I want them out of our country. I also will be seeking permission to do so. We're going to get approval, hopefully, to get them the hell out of our country along with others. Let them be brought to a foreign land and maintained by others for a very small fee, as opposed to be maintained in our jails for massive amounts of money, including the private prison companies that charge us a fortune. Let them be brought out of our country and let them live there for a while. Let's see how they like it. You'll see crime all over the country dry up. Essentially, that's what Venezuela and other countries are doing. They're getting rid of their criminals and putting them into the United States of America. And their crime is down by almost 80%. We're going to restore law and order in America, and we want to bring back the death penalty for these horrible people that kill people. They kill people. It's always a tough thing to say because I don't like it. Nobody likes it. But if you don't do it, we're just looking for trouble. I spent a lot of time with President Xi, and I'll never forget in my first meeting, I said, you have a drug problem. No, we have no drug problem. Why is that? Quick trial. What is quick trial? Quick trial is we try the person that sells the drugs immediately. And at the end of the day, we execute that person if that person is guilty. We have no drug problem whatsoever. And that's the most severe case. But wherever you have no drug problem, you have the death penalty. And drugs causes a lot of the crime. A lot of the crime in our country is caused by drugs. It's a terrible situation. Comes through the southern border. Most of it is fentanyl coming in from China. And, it's very interesting. China, when I was with President Xi, I had a deal worked out with him that they were going to give them maximum punishment, which is the death penalty to anybody making fentanyl and sending it into the United States. Then we had a very unusual result in an election. We had a rigged election. We had a very unusual result, and that went nowhere. It was all set to be, he would have absolutely done it. He was ready. We shook hands on it. And then Biden, of course, didn't follow it up. He didn't follow anything up. But if that would have happened, you would have had a lot less fentanyl deaths, I can tell you. You would have had very little fentanyl coming into the southern border. Last week, I also signed an order that will designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. That's a very big designation. And as we are fighting hard to get birthright citizenship or automatic citizenship for the children of illegal aliens, that's another way. It's automatic citizenship for children of illegal aliens. That's the other term that they use, which is actually more accurate, more understandable. And it's ridiculous. We're the only country that has it, and certainly the only country that has it to that extent. And it wasn't meant, if you look, it was really meant for children of slaves. This is when it happened. The children of slaves, it was not meant for everyone to come into our country by airplane or charging across the borders from all over the world and think they're going to become citizens. It's not meant for that. It wasn't meant for that. And hopefully at some point the courts will understand that without having to go through a whole big deal. This was meant for the children of slaves. And look at the timing of it and you'll see. And I hope judges will understand that. And it has to stop because it's really hurting our country very badly. In the coming weeks, I'm looking forward to working with Congress on a reconciliation bill that financially takes care of our plans to totally and permanently restore the sovereign borders of the United States once and for all. This should include full funding for a record increase in border security personnel and retention bonuses for ICE and Border Patrol. These people are incredible people. I got to know them so well. I was on the phone with them all the time when I was president. When she was the border czar, she never called them. Remember, we went like 4 years and they started asking her, did you ever speak to him? No. We asked the Border Patrol, did you ever speak to the head of the Border Patrol? Did you ever speak to the vice president who was your border czar? No, I never got to speak to her. This was a terrible thing that was going on. This was a con job. We also need a massive increase in the number of detention beds and funding for all border security infrastructure and barriers, including the completion of the border wall. We did 500 miles of wall, and that's one of the reasons we had the lowest number. You remember the famous chart that I looked to my right, bring down the chart, and I looked to my right, and something went right by he. But that chart, I don't know if they have it now. Frankly, I didn't tell them to bring it. But they're very competent people. They might. If you have the chart, put it up. If you don't, that's okay too. But that chart showed that we had the lowest number of illegals coming into our country in history. And I love the chart. Even if it didn't show that, I would have loved that chart, because that chart, I wouldn't be here right now without that particular chart. But it was pretty amazing. It was really amazing. And we did a great job. We had the lowest, the week I left office, we had the lowest number of illegal immigrants coming into our country that we ever had. Simultaneously, we must make a record investment in interior enforcement, including deportation flights and aircraft, as well as funding for our new task force to eradicate the presence of foreign gangs. We have some of the worst foreign gangs. It's not even believable. And criminal networks that have brought devastating crime to American soil. We're getting them all out. We're getting them all out. I won on that, you know. It's like some people explain it very well. They say, gee whiz, you know, they look at the people. As you know, in Colombia, they agreed with us almost immediately after I got involved. And Marco Rubio and I worked together. He did a great job. And we really did. And Mike Waltz, we have a great group of people. But we were being scolded because we had them in shackles in an airplane. And he said, this is no way to treat people. Now, you understand, these are murderers, drug lords, gang members, just toughest people you've ever met or seen. How would you like to be the pilot of a plane? You got two pilots up there, and you got 300 people sitting in a plane. Every one of them either a murderer, a drug lord, a kingpin of some kind, the head of the mob, or a gang member. And you're flying that plane. It's not going to end well. Do you ever see the movie Con Air? That's what, yeah. Except here's the difference. The people in Con Air were actors. They weren't nearly as tough as these guys. I would say that plane would be gone before it ever left. Those pilots would be gone before it ever left. So they don't want us to shackle them. I don't want to be in that plane. I want to thank every Republican House member for voting to pass the Lake and Riley Act, the first enforcement only bill that's been passed in 3 decades. I met the parents of Laken, and they were incredible people. They were just so devastated. I mean, can't even explain to you. You can't say somebody's life is over, but essentially their life is so different, and it can never be the same. She was beautiful. She was great person. But to have a bill of such importance named after her is a great tribute. But what these parents, and you know, you have so many of them, where they've lost a loved one to crime, but to this new form of crime, criminal, illegal aliens. It's massive. The numbers are massive, and you add that to the crime we already had. This shows the potential for additional enforcement bills that will help us crack down on criminal aliens and totally restore the rule of law in our country. I'm also eager to get to work with Congress on the largest package of tax cuts and reforms in American history. We got to get that done. And we don't want to get hung up on the budget process. We just want, whether it's one bill, 2 bills, I don't care. Let these guys, they're going to work it out. They're going to work it out one way or the other. But the bottom line, the end result is going to be the same. We want to have all of those benefits. And we want to keep people's taxes low and actually make them lower. And that's not just rich people. That's everybody. It's frankly, proportionately, the lower scale, much more so than a higher scale. Not only must we permanently extend the Trump tax cuts, you know, if we don't, you're going to have about a 60% tax increase. But I also intend to keep my promises, starting with no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and no tax on overtime. We're working very hard to get them done, and we are. I went to Nevada just this last couple of days. Started off in North Carolina because I didn't want to forget the people of North Carolina were treated so badly by FEMA. And they came to me, they said, sir, you're going to California tomorrow. I said, well, what about North Carolina? Well, we'll do that another time. And I said, no, we won't. I'm stopping in North Carolina first. And we stopped there. We met great people. Franklin Graham has done a fantastic job. He's done a great job, but others also. And I met people that were devastated. The Democrat Party with FEMA, their FEMA did absolutely nothing. And we have that worked out. Your congressmen are helping very much there. Your 3 Congress people are working very hard on that whole thing, along with Michael Watley. And Laura wants to be involved too. Laura Trump, she's doing great jobs. She's done a great. Michael and Laura have been unbelievable as the head of the RNC. They've been unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know why I picked Michael? I said, who ran North Carolina? Tell me. Because in the 2016 election, we did so well. And then in 2020, we did great in North Carolina. But others, we watched, wah, ping, wah, ping. What the hell's going on? But with North Carolina, when he had 601 lawyers working for him, and they didn't play games in North Carolina, I said, that's the guy I want to run it. And Michael Watley has done an unbelievable job, and he worked with Laura so well. She comes from that state, from North Carolina. They've done such an incredible job. So thank you very much. I want to just thank you in front of leadership. Incredible. And I really don't want to give him another job, to be honest. That's the most important job. He said, sir, I'll go anywhere. I said, I don't want you to go anywhere. I want you to stay where you are. We'll give you plenty of money to get the job done, right? But we don't want to lose it. I mean, he could do anything, actually, but he's a very talented person. There's nothing more important because we have to win in 2 years or we have to win in 4 years. There's nobody better to head it up. So thank you very much, Michael, and really stand up. We're just an incredible job. Really amazing. I wanted to save that for leadership because I say it all the time. People don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but leadership knows what I'm talking about. And it's really incredible. The two of you as a team are unbelievable. Our administration will also be working to implement the Make It in America plan that I outlined very successfully in my campaign. You know, I think my campaign, I really focused on the border more than anything else. A lot of people said the biggest thing was inflation and the economy, and then maybe the border was third. I always felt the border was first because I felt that people could really understand that you can't have people pouring in from the prisons all over the world and from mental institutions all over the world and dumped into our country. So I talked about that much more so than I did inflation. I mean, inflation was terrible. It was the worst. I think it was the worst in the history of our country. But you can only talk about it so long. You know, the price of apples doubled, the price of bacon is quadrupled, everything is a disaster. And you say it, and then what do you do? With this, I could give examples of what they're doing to destroy our country, and I felt it was the strongest thing. You know, it's funny, in 2016, I won on the border. In 2020, we did so well, I couldn't talk about the border. My people would say, sir, don't bring up the border. Nobody wants to hear it. I said, no, I did a great job. It was a horrible border in 2016, but that border was beautiful compared to what we have now. So I didn't talk about it, and we did great. I mean, look, I got millions of more votes in 2020 than I got in 2016. Nobody ever got the most votes of any Republican in history in 2020. But this time I said, let's make it too big to rig. We're going to make it too big to rig, and that's what happened, and they couldn't. They tried, these cheating guys, these cheating people, but they tried, but they gave up. I brought taxes down from 40% to 21%, which everybody said was impossible. And I did it with these people up here and a lot of the people there. A great congressman. I want to name every one of them, but I'd be naming them all night. I'm looking at them. Look at all these people. They're great. They're so great, Russell and you. And every single Virginia. Look at Virginia. She's a killer. Nobody would know she's a killer. But I got all these congressmen. I want to name every one of them, but I got like 100 and something things. People would say, let's get the hell out of here. This is getting very boring, right? But I will tell you, as a group and individually, they're incredible people. Every one of them I like, although every once in a while, if somebody votes against me, I don't like him for a little while. But we like every one of them. And this guy has the ability to get along with everybody, which he has to when you have a majority of really 5. You know, they say 1, but it will be. But right now it's 1. I want to make him sound a little bit. But he has an ability to get along with people, and he's very smart, very tough. But everyone likes him because he's a high-quality person, very religious person, and he's a high-quality person. You know, we have other guys here, and I know that everybody likes them, but they're like, one of them in particular, I love this guy so much. I won't name him because I don't want to embarrass him, but I don't know if he'd be happy or not happy, but He's very, very strong, very, very popular, but he has 36 people that won't vote for him. It's 36. That's not a lot. That's a small percentage. Tom is incredible. But Tom has a couple of people that probably have been beaten badly and beaten up. You beat up some people badly. And it's a little tougher. And he's done an unbelievable job. I've become friendly with him. I didn't really know him. And over the last year or so, I've become friendly. He's incredible. He's an incredible leader. You really are. But you have a couple of people that maybe, more than one, let me put it that way. They all love him. Your wife loves you, that I can tell you. He's got a great, where are you? Where are you? Stand up, please. Just stand up. Come on. What a great wife and family. It's true. Thank you. She is a great, look at her. She's very popular, isn't she, huh? She's great, more than you. You're very popular. And now I'm bringing them down. I'm bringing the taxes down from 21 to 15%, but only if they make their product in America. So if they make their product in America, we're bringing it down. So if you think about it, we took it down from 40 to 15%. But again, you keep 21, but you go down to 15 if you make your product here. We are going to have so many business moving back into our country. And remember, again, the word tariff. We're going to protect our people and our businesses, and we're going to protect our country with tariffs. And you got a little indication of that yesterday with what happened with a very strong country. Colombia is traditionally a very, very strong-willed country. If they don't make their product in America, then very simply they should have to pay a tariff, which will bring in trillions of dollars into our treasury from countries that never paid us 10 cents. We're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let them destroy our country. In the words of President McKinley, who is the tariff king, the protective system invokes the highest law of nature, that a self-preservation, and that is self-preservation. There is every reason founded in justice why the American producer should in every way be favored against a foreign producer whose products compete with his. This is our natural market. We have made it. We have made it an enormous cost, capital, and exertion. And think of this. And we did that through exertion and brain and muscle and guts and stamina. We preserved it against foreign wars and domestic conflicts at great sacrifice of men and women. The foreign producer has contributed nothing to the growth or development of this country. So if you want to share with the citizens of the United States our home market, then you must pay for the privilege of doing it. In other words, you have to pay for the privilege of coming into our country, taking our jobs, taking our product, destroying our countries. We mentioned North Carolina, the furniture business, what they've done to these great artisans. I used to go down to North Carolina all the time to buy furniture for hotels that I was building. And they had the most incredible artisans. That whole thing was wiped out by China mostly, but others. And just wiped out, but it's going to come back. It's going to come roaring back. It's all going to come roaring back. We're going to put tariffs on outside countries and outside people that really mean us harm. They want to, well, they mean us harm, but they basically want to make their country good. Look at what others do. China's a tremendous tariff maker, and India and Brazil and so many countries. And so we're not going to let that happen any longer, because we're going to put America first. Always put America first. That's what's going to happen. We're going to establish a very fair system where money is going to come into our coffers, and America is going to be very rich again, and it's going to happen very quickly. It's time for the United States to return to the system that made us richer and more powerful than ever before. Do you know, the United States in 1870 to 1913, all tariffs, and that was the richest period in the history of the United States, relatively speaking. In other words, relatively. And they set up the Great Tariff Commission of 1887, and this commission had one function: what to do with all the money that we took in. It was so enormous that they had no idea. It was a blue ribbon committee. It was set up 1887, and what to do with all of the money that we had. And again, Teddy Roosevelt was a beneficiary, because when McKinley was killed, he took over this vast sum of money, and he did all of those national parks and all of the other things. And I'm not knocking him, but he was given a vast amount of money. And that was all made through tariffs. We had no income tax. The income tax came in 1913. As I said in my speech last week, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich foreign nations, we should be tariffing and taxing foreign nations to enrich our citizens. Does that make sense, right? Under the American First economic model, as tariffs on other countries go up, taxes on American workers and businesses will come down, and massive numbers of jobs and factories will come home. The job creation will be enormous. In particular, if you look at the automobile sector, I mean, we're just being wiped out. You just take a look at what's happened to that over the years. And the auto workers voted for me. I have an obligation to do what's right, and I'm going to do that. Do you know in Mexico they were going to build the largest auto plant anywhere in the world? And it was during the campaign, my most recent campaign. And a very great gentleman, all he does is he builds auto plants. He was building this factory. And I said, how's it going? I said, I want to go around and take a look at one of your factories that you're building. One of the big ones, one of the good ones. I said, okay, are you ready? When are you going to do this? Is 9 months ago. He said, you'll have to go to Mexico. I said, what about the United States? He said, we're putting up a couple, but they're small. He's the biggest guy at doing this. He said, in Mexico, they're building massive automobile factories. I said, you mean they're doing it? And who's the owner of the factories? He said, mostly China. One in particular is massive, and it's built fairly close to the border. So they were going to build cars and send them into the United States for no tax or very little tax, and destroy Detroit, just destroy the rest of it, what's left of it. Because they've already Mexico's taken 32% of our business over 30 years. And the other one is Canada. Canada's taken massive amounts of, they send us millions of cars. We don't need them for that. We want to have the cars made in Detroit or South Carolina or many other locations, whether it's union or not union. But I said to him, so when is this plant going to open? He said, well, we're going to start it in a couple of months, and it'll be open in about a year and a half. It's the largest plant in the world. I said, I'm not happy with that. And I said in my next speech that I am going to charge them, if it takes 100% or 200%, no car is coming in from Mexico into the United States without a massive tariff. And I said it 3 or 4 times. And what happened is about 2 months later, I see that same gentleman who was in the audience, and I said, I want to see him backstage after I'm finished with the speech. And I met him backstage. I said, John, let me ask you, what happened with that plant? Where is it now? He said, sir, China's canceled it. Why? Because they think you're going to be elected, and they thought you were going to charge big tariffs on the cars coming in, and it doesn't work if you're going to charge. So they canceled the plant, and Detroit now will breathe, and we're going to do just the opposite. We're going to have these companies come in, and they can build that plant if they want, but they have to build it across the line. They have to build it in the United States. Amazing. Amazing. We did so many things, and we weren't even elected yet. That would have been a disaster. If that plant were built, it would have been a disaster. That would have wiped out. That was bigger than most of the factories put together, the auto plants put together. In particular, in the very near future, we're going to be placing tariffs on foreign production of computer chips, semiconductors, and pharmaceuticals to return production of these essential goods to the United States of America. They left us and they went to Taiwan, which is about 98% of the chip business, by the way. And we want them to come back. And we don't want to give them billions of dollars like this ridiculous program that Biden has. Give everybody billions of dollars. They already have billions of dollars. They've got nothing but money, Joe. They didn't need money. They needed an incentive. And the incentive is going to be they're not going to want to pay a 25, 50, or even 100% tax. They're going to build their factory with their own money. We don't have to give them money. They're going to come in because it's good for them to come in. They're giving them money. They don't even know what they're going to do with it. I had people tell me, we have no idea. We didn't need money. They don't know if they're probably going to use the money to build in other places, other countries. It's a ridiculous plan, very expensive and ridiculous. The only way you'll get out of this is to build your plant. If you want to stop paying the taxes or the tariffs, you have to build your plant right here in America. That's what's going to happen at record levels. We're going to have more plants built in the next short period of time than anybody ever envisioned before, because the incentive is going to be there, because they have no tariff whatsoever. In fact, they have help from us if they build their plant in America. And we're going to look at pharmaceuticals, drugs. We're going to look at chips, semiconductors, and we're going to look at steel and some other industries. And you're going to see things happening. If I didn't put on the massive steel tariffs, you wouldn't have one steel plant right now in the United States. If I didn't put on the tariffs on washing machines, dryers, and the like, you wouldn't in Ohio, you would have lost all of those companies that made washing machines and dryers. Jim Jordan is the one that got me started. Was Jim here by any chance? Is Jim here? Where is Jim? Where's Jim? Oh, look at him. Wow. That's not a great seat for a man of such power. Do you know that Jim has he's a great wrestler. He was All-American wrestler 3 times, 128 and 1. That's not a bad record, and that's the way he fights too. But he has a better record. Undefeated as a wrestler in high school. And I say, how can you do that? Because a freshman can't beat a senior. But he figured out how to beat seniors. So I stand up again, Jim. Let's give you a hand as a wrestler. As a wrestler, big hand. As a politician, very good. But Jim, is it true that we went up there, remember we had 25,000 people standing in the streets in this little beautiful town with Whirlpool, right? And they were going to close up their factories because South Korea was dumping washing machines and other things like that. And they were dumping. And we put a 50% tariff and then 75, even 100%. And now they're thriving, right? Without Trump, they would have been closed up. But Jim was the one that got me involved. Are you guys all happy with Jim? Do you like him? Because I like him. I like him, right? We like Jim. What's not to like? He gets on television, he's like a wrestler. He's got this boom, 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 boom. Very impressive, Jim. Anyway, it's good to see you. I like that guy a lot. I like a lot of the people in the audience a lot. I like the people in this room. We have the same basic philosophy. We have the same thoughts. What's not to like? But I'll also be placing tariffs on steel, aluminum, and copper, and things that we need for our military. We have to bring production back to our country. You know, there was a time when we made 1 ship a day, and now we can't build a ship. We don't know what the hell we're doing. It's all gone to other locations and other lands. And to further return production to the United States, we're going to environmentally free up our rare earth minerals. We have some unbelievable sites. We have some of the best rare earth anywhere in the world, but we're not allowed to use it because the environmentalists got there first. They said, you cannot touch that land. I look at the land, looks like every other piece of land. What is it? Well, this is very protected. They have no idea what they're doing to our country. They use the environment to stop progress, so we're not going to let that happen. We have Lee Zeldin. I don't know if Lee's here today, but Lee Zeldin is going to be fantastic. He's going to head up the whole environmental. And I said, Lee, if we have we put in for a power plant, and if we don't get the approval, like that you can start within 12 days, 1 day would be even better, but 12 days, 14 days, see what you can do. And Lee's great. Lee knows what's good and he knows what's bad, and he'll be very fair, but we have to get it moving because some of these jobs, like the ones in Louisiana, they were 14, 15 years, they couldn't get their approvals. We can't let that happen. When people come here with massive amounts of money, they want to start, they want to go, and we know what's good and we know what's bad too. And Lee Zeldin's going to do a great job environmentally. As we fix our tax system, we could also cut colossal amounts of government waste, fraud, and abuse, of which there's a lot. But tonight, I restate my pledge from the campaign. I will not sign any bill that cuts even a single penny from Medicare or Social Security for our great seniors. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. We'll not touch those benefits in any way, shape, or form. I want to use that because during the campaign, they had these fake ads that Trump is going to cut Social Security. No, they're the ones that are going to cut it because the country's going to go bankrupt under them. And that's why it's going to cut, because they're not going to have a choice. Not that they're saying we're going to cut it, but our country was heading for absolute bankruptcy. Using reconciliation, I also look forward to working with you to make our energy policies permanent and making our historic deregulation efforts a fixture of U.S. law so that no future president, like they did with Anwar, I got Anwar approved. Nobody could do it, including Ronald Reagan in Alaska. It's the largest site, potentially the largest site in the world, larger than Saudi Arabia. And I got it done. Ronald Reagan couldn't get it. Nobody could get it done. They tried, but they couldn't get it done. I got it done. And the first thing they did was end Anwar in Alaska. The biggest, most powerful site, maybe anywhere in the world, that we got it done. And we're going to get it done again very quickly. Now, I think I do it with an executive order because they didn't go through Congress. I got it approved through Congress. So I think we get it done fast, but it's going to be, that can supply all of Asia with its location. All of Asia can be supplied by Anwar. So there's so many things, but we don't want to have any future president ever sabotage our economy with out-of-control regulations as the last 2 Democrat presidents have done. They went crazy. Last week, I signed an order revoking Joe Biden's destructive artificial intelligence regulations so that AI companies can once again focus on being the best, not just being the most woke. And today and over the last couple of days, I've been reading about China and some of the companies in China, one in particular, coming up with a faster method of AI and much less expensive method. And that's good because you don't have to spend this much money. I view that as a positive, as an asset. So I really think if it's fact and if it's true, and nobody really knows if it is, but I view that as a positive because you'll be doing that too. So you won't be spending as much and you'll get the same result, hopefully. The release of DeepSeek AI from a Chinese company should be a wake-up call for our industries that we need to be laser focused on competing to win because we have the greatest scientists in the world. Even Chinese leadership told me that. They said, you have the most brilliant scientists in the world in Seattle and various places. But Silicon Valley, they said, there's nobody like those people. This is very unusual when you hear a DeepSeek, when you hear somebody come up with something. We always have the ideas. We're always first. So I would say that's a positive. That could be very much a positive development. So instead of spending billions and billions, you'll spend less and you'll come up with hopefully the same solution. Under the Trump administration, we're going to unleash our tech companies and we're going to dominate the future like never before. And finally, we need to work together on a defense bill that once again fully rebuilds our military for our great warriors. We have to have a strong, strong defense. And in a little while, I'll be signing 4 new executive orders. First is that I'm directing our new Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who's going to be great, by the way. Thank you for the support. Thank you very much for the support. You really did support him greatly. I think he's going to be fantastic. I know him very well. I think he's going to be fantastic. He's what we need to immediately begin the construction of a state-of-the-art Iron Dome missile defense shield, which will be able to protect Americans. You know, we protect other countries, but we don't protect ourselves. And when Ronald Reagan wanted to do it many years ago, luckily we didn't. We didn't have the technology then. It was a concept, but we didn't. And now we have phenomenal technology. You see that with Israel. We're out of 319 rockets. They knocked down just about every one of them. So I think the United States is entitled to that. And everything will be made right here in the USA, 100%. And next, to ensure that we have the most lethal fighting force in the world, we will get transgender ideology the hell out of our military. It's going to be gone. In addition, we will stop our service members from being indoctrinated with radical left ideologies such as critical race theory. We're going to stop it. It's already been stopped. It's already been halted, totally halted. And finally, we will offer full reinstatement to any service member who was expelled from the armed forces due to the COVID vaccine mandate. And we will restore them to their former rank with full pay. And I think we're going to have a lot of people that join. And one thing I'll say, if you looked at our recruitment over the last week or so, 2 weeks, it's through the roof. You know, we were having a lot of people weren't signing. We were having a hard time recruiting people because they were looking at these people that they were supposed to be their leaders. And they weren't happy. They didn't like people that fall going upstairs. If you're going to fall, at least go downstairs from the plane. That triple fall. I use that thing in more ads. I didn't have an ad where I didn't put that in. Just a little quick 1, 2, 3. Reminded me of Joe Frazier when he went down, right? George Foreman, Joe Frazier. 3 falls in a matter of seconds. I said, can you speed it up a little bit? People are getting tired of it. But no, we have now the best recruitment we've seen in a long time. There's a tremendous number of people wanting to sign up. January 20th, 2025 was a turning point in American history. Starting last week, we're ending years of incompetence, radicalism, and betrayal. And we're ushering in the most exhilarating era of reform and renewal in the 250-year history of our country. And just in conclusion, I just want to say that this has been a very exciting and will be a very exciting new chapter. There's nothing we cannot achieve as long as the Republican Party remains united. I hope you can remain united. And it's one thing I give the Democrats a lot of credit for because, you know, they have lousy policy. I think, frankly, half of them are totally crazy. But they do stick together. They stick together on stuff that nobody can. I mean, how can you want prisons emptied out into our country? They stick together. They stick together on everything. Impeachment hoax number one, impeachment hoax number two. They stick together. Although I must tell you, you gave me great support during those two problems. Those two fake witch hunts, which have now turned out to be totally fake and disgusting. But you gave me tremendous support. But the Republican Party has to stick together. We just can't have people going, 1, 2, 3 votes. And we don't have that luxury. It would be different if we had a 20-point, 30-person majority, but we don't. We have to help leadership. And, you can be assured that you have certain philosophies, that if you're going to have most of the people, almost all of them, voting for something, you're going to be okay. It's not going to be bad. You have to stick together. It's the one thing that I would say we don't get very high marks. Everything is so hard. We always have 2 or 3 or 5 or something, people that just don't want to do it. And you just got to do it. You just got to do it. Make life easy. You just got to do it. So right now we have a very special period because we have the House, we have the Senate, and we have the White House, and we're a team, and we're a really good team. And I appreciate so many times, and like even with Mike, I called 3 or 4 people, and they said, "Okay, sir, I'll do it. I'm going to vote. I'm going to vote positively," and they're very happy they did now. But when I called, we've gotten such a great response. We just had that happen with Pete Hegseth, and we have it happening with others. But we really appreciate it with the House. The House has been, it's a very difficult situation when you have that small a majority. But in a certain way, it brings you together. It actually can unify more than anybody would ever know. And a victory is sweeter, as they say, because of it. And I think we're going to have a lot of victories, but we have to stick together. We have to work together. We have to fight together. And we're going to win together. We're going to win like never before. We have a chance to win like never before. As long as we stay united, the 119th Congress will be remembered as the most successful and accomplished Republican majority in American history. I believe that. I think we have a chance of doing that. All right? And in January 2027, we will have a larger Republican House, a larger Republican Senate, and our country will be richer, safer, stronger, prouder, greater, freer, and ever before. I really think that we're going to have some big victories coming up, and I'm going to be helping every single one of you. I'm raising a lot of money, and I want to use it for the House, and I want to use it for the Senate. I've raised a lot of money. And, I told my people, we raised $1.7 billion. They raised $2.6 billion. They have the unions with, checkoffs, which is always tough, $10 a month times millions and millions of people. And then we won, and we won by a lot. And they wanted to go out, and they still haven't raised it. They're trying to raise $28 million. They cannot raise 10 cents. It's good to win, I will tell you. It's really good to win, but they can't raise money. But I told my people the morning after. Now, normally, because we have so many donors here and so many people that I love and respect, a lot of great friends of mine, but I told my people, Meredith and Susie, by the way, how good is Susie? The Ice Maiden. Where is the Ice Maiden? She is so great. She is so good. Stand up, Susie. The Ice Maiden, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, look at that. Most powerful woman in the world, they say. Most powerful woman in the world. She's made of ice. She's great. No, when I came to Florida, Florida was a Democrat state, had a Democrat governor. They had one Democrat senator. It was largely a Democrat state. And through various reasons, I ended up with Susie running the campaign, and she was unbelievable. We won it in a landslide. And then the second time, we won it in an even bigger landslide. And when it came time to choosing somebody to run the campaign, the whole campaign. I said, what about Susie from Florida? She never lost. I won every primary. I won every, I didn't lose anything. And it was a Democrat state. And it was a landslide both times. And all of the Republican stuff was almost like it didn't even exist. It was amazing. I said, what about Susie? Well, sir, you know, a woman has never been in this position before. I said, really? Oh, by the way, we have Kellyanne Conway. She didn't do too badly either, right? She did a great job, 2016. And when it came time to chief of staff, do you know that there has never been a woman chief of staff? But there is now. There is now, right? I didn't know that. I'm so surprised. I'm very surprised. But it came time to running the campaign, and I said, well, I've never had a loss with Susie. She comes from great stock, you know. Pat Summerall is her father. Pat Summerall was a football player, great football player, but a really great announcer, really the voice of the NFL for 27 years or something. He was great. And a leader. He worked with John Madden, and he was able to get John Madden to do things that nobody else could do. They'd say, Pat, John is really difficult. Now, you know, John was a difficult guy, but he got big ratings and he was good. And Pat would go up, come on, John, let's get this done. Come on. I know you don't like the heads of the company. Yes, they're paying you a lot of money. Come on, John, let's get it done. And he'd go and do it. And this went on for, 27 years, right? But he was a leader, her father. And, you know, this is somebody that has the gene. I'll tell you, she's great. And she's done a fantastic job. So she was so good with the campaign. I said, let's let her do the campaign. And it was flawless. And again, I said before, we had to win a lot of votes because it's crooked as hell. And I hope you can go to voter ID and same-day voting and paper ballots and all of those things, because ultimately we'll never lose a race if you do that. I'm telling you, you'll never lose a race. And I hope you can get that. And that's said to the governors mostly, but you know, you people have a lot of power over it. But Susie ran the race, and we did phenomenally, and then we just made her the chief of staff, and she's doing great. They say it was the greatest opening week in presidential history, and I think, you know, it couldn't be a hell of a lot better. Even CNN is saying, this guy is amazing. I couldn't believe it. I said, did CNN really say that? Because nobody watches, so nobody was able to confirm it. But it was pretty amazing. Oh, the camera just went off. It's always tough. Usually you get them by surprise. But I just want to thank everybody. We're going to make this tremendously successful. We're going to have, I believe, we're going to have one of the greatest 4 years in the history of our country. We're going to turn it around quickly, and then we're going to go on and we're going to progress like nobody ever thought possible. And I want to thank these great 4 people, because they really are leaders and they're phenomenal people. And I want to thank all of my friends in the audience, many of whom are congressmen and congresswomen and people that have just tremendous talent. Every single one of you, I know every one of you, and you have tremendous talent. And if we stick and if we fight together, there's nobody can stop us. We're going to have, because they have bad policy. Their policy is so bad. Nobody could win with this policy. Nobody. And we have the best policy. And again, as they say, and we say, and I've been saying for a long time, we're the party of common sense. And we're the party that's going to have the best 4 years ever. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So I've been telling you that. What he just said, you know I've been telling you that. They can't win if we get everything done. There's no way. Right now they were a rudderless ship just floating around out in the ocean doing stupid things. He spoke for, 6:40? About an hour. And in the hour that he was speaking, so much news broke. I mean, settle in for a little bit. We're going to be here for a little while because, oh my gosh, I mean, it just hasn't ended. But we're going to talk about it right now because there's literally so much. Let me just, hold on. What did I just do there? Wait 1 second so I can get this picture correct. It's crazy. It's absolutely, oops, sorry. I apologize. I have about a 12-pound Chihuahua that thinks he's a 90-pound pit bull. But he gets the job done. He gets the job done. So let me just get this ready. Midas, shut up. I got to show you guys this. This is absolutely crazy. What's going on? A lot. I mean, a whole lot. Let me just do this, and I'm getting some stuff done in terms of visibility so you guys can see this stuff. All right, so here we go. Sorry about that. Sorry about him. He's acting stupid because the guy at the door. All right, so let's continue. Midas, please. All right, here we go. All right, first things first. The White House has created what they are calling an official rapid response account for the Trump 47 White House. So what they're going to be doing is countering fake news in real time, calling them out. And so if you go to this handle, Rapid Response 47, which I will show you right now. Let me go to Rapid Response 47 so I can show you what it looks like. This is the page. I encourage everybody to follow, which I will do right now. Follow Rapid Response 47. The official rapid response account of the Trump 47 White House, supporting POTUS's America First agenda and holding the fake news accountable. They just launched this, literally, like an hour ago. Let me see what time it was. But in any event, they already got 102,000 followers. Go follow the rapid response account. You won't be sorry. You're going to need to hear all the stuff and how they counter the insanity of the left-wing media. On top of that, what do I got here for you? This is pretty cool. Scott Bessent has been, you saw the scroll on the screen, Scott Bessent has been confirmed as the Secretary of the Treasury. So now we've got Scott Bessent. We got Marco Rubio. We have Kristi Noem. Am I missing somebody? I think there's 3 or 4 who've been confirmed, but Scott Bessent is confirmed right now. So things are moving slowly, but at least they're moving. Let me go to the next thing. This came in. All this happened while he was talking. So they're working hard behind the scenes. Just in, President Trump will sign the Laken Riley Act into law at the White House on Wednesday. ICE will then be required to detain illegals charged with various crimes, including theft-related offenses and violent crimes. President Trump promised Laken's family he wouldn't forget about him, and he's keeping that promise. Promise made, promise kept, obviously. So Wednesday, I'm not sure what time. Of course, we know we've got the, who's hearing? One of the hearings is Wednesday. I think it's RFK. Yeah, I think it's RFK. So it'll probably get signed during RFK's hearing. Got so much more. Hold on. All right, so, yeah, this one is kind of heartbreaking. It's expected, but it's heartbreaking. There's something wrong with the liberal left. There's something wrong with these people. They absolutely hate America. If you're in Colorado, you might want to consider relocation relatively soon. I mean, you're going to see what I'm about to show you if you haven't seen it already. And you're going to go, what in the hell is wrong with these people? Liberals are protesting because of the Tres Leches gang. They want them to stay in Colorado. You read that correct. You're not making this stuff up. Here are these nuts. They don't want the gangs kicked out of Colorado. That's too big of a group to have gone through MK Ultra. So somehow otherwise, they have basically convinced these people to go against their own best interest. Look at these nuts. SV had texted me, and he said, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. I mean, this is really weird. This is extremely disturbing. Again, there is a liberal insanity. This gang, or gangs, or whatever, was violently taking over apartment complexes. Kicking out the real estate management team, telling them they couldn't be here anymore, doing anything they could to steal the money, to take over these complexes. And these nuts are marching in the street, a snow-covered, frozen street, albeit, for the gangs to stay. That is like, in my mind, finding out that your husband or wife is cheating on you, and then saying, can they take the extra bedroom? You know, she's not a bad girl, he's not a bad guy. Let's just give them an extra bedroom. It makes your mind explode. It literally makes your mind explode. What have these people gone through? What is it exactly that has caused these people to have this kind of disconnect? That you are protesting to keep a violent gang from being deported. Look at all these people. Men, women, kids. I don't know what they're feeding these people. Look at the line. I don't know. This has got to be... You guys are sensible. You must be sitting there as a group going, what? I'm wondering if that crowd was paid to go out and do that. Something Soros would do. I don't know. No, they're carrying signs. Hey, listen, we want the gang to stay. Let the gang stay, get rid of Trump. The gangs that want to take over violently. Mind control. Somehow, Trump needs to put a stop to this immediately, and he probably should commit all those people at the same time. If I didn't show it, and if I didn't see it to show it to you, there's no way I would have believed what I was seeing. When SV sent it to me and I said, I got it, I just can't believe that I'm looking at it. I am looking at residents of a city going, don't put the criminals away. Let's not hurt the criminals. These people can never be back in power ever again. I hope you're realizing that. I hope you're basically taking notice at this point that we dodged the bullet on November 5th, but not only that, you can never, ever, 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 ever let these people get in power again. It is obvious at this point. We were this close away from losing America. And now we've got a whole legion of people in various areas across the country who are never going to find their way back. They're lost. They're lost souls. They're lost minds. There is nothing to help these people. I mean, you have to understand that. These people are gone. There's no reaching out to them. When you see people protesting in the street to keep the people who are robbing them and creating violent crimes against their neighbors, keep them here. It's okay. All right, next story. President Trump's FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, just terminated a Biden regime proposal that would have increased the cost of internet for some Americans by up to 50%. We're only a week in and news like this is dropping daily. Sorry, George. We're going to talk to George on Wednesday, but it's not dropping daily. It's dropping hourly. Every time you refresh, it's like, I can't take no more. I cannot take any more winning. It seems like Joe and Kamala spent 4 years conjuring up new ways to make our lives more expensive and more miserable. And it only took some of these guys walking in and go, nah, none of this crap. Wow. Let's see what we got here. As we told you earlier, Border Patrol agents were fired upon by suspected cartel members at the border doing a smuggling operation. The incident happened in Fronton, Texas, and resulted in the Border Patrol returning fire. Cartel members tried to bring a group of smuggled people across the river. The agents fired back. No one on either side was hit. The group of smuggled people did not make it across. The border in Fronton is extremely dangerous, as highlighted during a previous video segment from Malugan. Cartel members are constantly fighting for the territory, as it's a hot spot for bringing people in. Well, we're going to have to stop that. A few Ospreys, a few, Apache helicopters, and destroy these people. But then again, we're going to have people protesting because let the cartels bring the people in. Breaking. Obviously, before this meeting, let me see what time this went up. No, this went up during that meeting. House Republicans have just sent a subpoena to 4 Democratic mayors for their sanctuary city policies. The mayors include, not limited to, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, Denver Mayor Mike Johnson, and New York City Mayor Eric Adams. So they have been subpoenaed to Congress to talk about their sanctuary city policies. Perfect. Let them come in, put them under oath, and put a big old spotlight on them. Let the camera see how nutty these towns have become. And then ask, why are you doing it? Who's paying you to do it? And why are you going against the best interest of your constituents? Wow. Oh, we ain't done. We're not done. Don't go anywhere. I know you're hungry. The DOJ prosecutors involved in the cases against President Trump have been fired effective immediately. So whoever in the DOJ who was working to basically arrest Trump, put him in jail, whether they were helping Alvin Bragg or whoever, they all been fired. All of them. This was at 5:29. I told you it was a lot. I told you there's a lot to go over. Every single one of these is a big story on its own, and they're getting lost as big stories because there's so many of them. If this was like a network news, that's its own story. That should be a segment. They're all fired. They're done. Go away. This one hurts me. I have family in Connecticut. My sisters all live up there. And then you get this. Connecticut's Democrat governor, Ned Lamont, is proudly telling the illegals to feel free to move to Connecticut. You're welcome here, Lamont said in a recent press conference. My advice is to send your kids to school. My advice is keep going to church. He's also pushing for even more H-1B migrants to take American jobs. Look at the dude. Just look at him. I can't understand. I grew up in Connecticut. My father, that's where I was born, in Connecticut. Raised, grammar school, high school. My sisters with their entire family still live in Connecticut. There's a cancer up there. There is something seriously wrong with the Northeast. It has turned into a communist area. It's insane. And I'm telling you, Connecticut has some of the richest neighborhoods in the country. In certain instances, it doesn't have the beach, but the depending on where you are. It rivals L.A. There are parts of Greenwich and Stamford and New Canaan and West Hartford where I was. Just amazing real estate. Big multi-million-dollar 4, 5, 6,000 square foot houses. What in the hell are you doing? I went to a school in Connecticut. I went to a prep school. Sorry. But I did. That's why I liked the Grateful Dead. That's why I liked Jackson Browne. That's why I liked, some of those really eclectic music is where I learned it. Something's happened. It was a very, very prosperous area. And then the gangs came in and it became nutty. And this man has just said, don't leave, come here. Somebody needs to do a study and be honest with the American people. Who is paying these people to put your constituents at risk? Why would you bring these people into Greenwich, West Hartford, South Windsor? These are some of the really affluent areas, New Canaan. Why would you do that? You don't need them there. They're only going to cause you problems. I went to high school with a number of cops in Connecticut. One of my best friends became the chief of police. And I would say, what are you doing? He's like, these gangs are taking over. Gangs? This is Connecticut. And he would tell me some of the stories. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. This little itty bitty Connecticut. And you got a gang problem? That had to be manufactured. There has to be people in these areas that are manufacturing this stuff. You don't just create havens of gang activity in little tiny Connecticut. So when you see this stuff and you see him smiling, y'all can all come up here. It really makes you think, what has happened? Did it take 30, 40, 45 years for the communists to really set their teeth into things? I mean, when I say private prep school, it may sound elitist to a lot of people watching this, but you have to understand, up there in Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, there's a whole lot of private schools. There's a whole lot of elite type schools. You guys may be young enough, I don't know if you ever read it. There's a book called A Separate Peace we all had to read in high school. In the summer of 42, where it talks about the Exeter Academy. There's prep schools all over the place. I mean, everywhere. And if you're good at sports, they let you in without having to pay. But it was, I went to high school with these kids that were some of the biggest stoners. And they came from very, very, very wealthy families. But they were ordinary people. And their parents were ordinary people. Surgeons, lawyers. They weren't nuts. Don't know what happened, man. Don't know what happened. And this one is from Libs of TikTok. So I mentioned it to you, but now I'm going to go digging deeper. Acting Attorney General James McHenry. So a couple days ago, I told you that Trump named a whole bunch of acting cabinet members. These are people who are basically placeholders until the cabinet members get confirmed. So he is sitting there and he is in charge of the Department of Justice as of right now, waiting for Pam Bondi to get there. So there's some coordination to what's going on. So it says Acting Attorney General James McHenry just fired more than a dozen Justice Department officials who assisted former Special Counsel Jack Smith in his political witch hunt targeting Trump over January 6th. McHenry says that the officials could not be trusted in faithfully implementing the president's agenda. Duh. Take the door. How many was it again? More than a dozen. you got to go. You worked to undermine America. You worked to undermine Trump. Now I got nothing for you. And we're clearing it out before Pam Bondi even gets here. So if you're worried that, hey, listen, it's taking a while, Pam Bondi's not there yet, nothing's happening. Oh, it's happening. Stuff is indeed happening. Nobody is over in Department of Justice sitting on their duff. James McHenry is making sure by the time she gets there, the furniture's in place, the computer's working, the electric blinds, everything's all set, Pam. Oh, by the way, I got rid of a bunch of these snakes. We did some extermination for you. It just keeps coming. It just keeps coming. I'm telling you. Let me see what you guys are saying. Where is Rapid Response X? Okay, let me go back to that real quick. All right. This is the Rapid Response page. Excuse me. So it's at Rapid Response 47. At Rapid Response 47. This page is going to grow fast. It's up to 112. This page will be at 1 million people relatively soon. All right, what else we got here? Insurgency from within. Rules for radicals. This is what Trump was saying. He'd been saying it all along. Enemies within. That's what he's saying. Wait till Pam and Cash get in. Woo. Yeah, that's for sure. New York City. See Karl Marx and Leon Trotsky equals Obama. Nasty. Just, they never thought this guy would win. They would never thought. All right, so I see some of the comments, so some of you guys are seeing what's coming up next. All right, let me go to the next one here. This one's kind of a lighthearted one. Excuse me. Kind of funny, but it's still nonetheless pretty cool. Just in, Tucker Carlson's son, Buckley Carlson, is going to be joining Vice President J.D. Vance's office as deputy press secretary. Tucker Carlson's son is going to be working with J.D. Vance. That's awesome. I'm going to just clap it up. That's awesome. Love that. Let's see what the next one is. All right. This is huge. Huge. All right, ready? Breaking. And what time was this one? 3:25. Breaking. CDC has ordered to cut ties with WHO immediately as Trump accelerates withdrawal. So he said he's pulling out of the WHO. Now he's telling the CDC, I don't even want you talking to these people. Done. Trump has ordered the CDC to halt all collaboration with the World Health Organization immediately, despite expectations of a gradual withdrawal. A leaked CDC memo directs staff to cease all WHO engagements, including technical work, advisory boards, and in-person or virtual meetings. Health experts warn this move could disrupt global disease tracking, including the virus, the mpox, blah, 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 blah. Trump's executive order to leave WHO is still pending congressional approval, but the administration is already cutting ties. So what they're saying there is, in order to leave the WHO, we need congressional approval. But in the interim, I don't need congressional approval to tell y'all, stop communicating with them. Don't make any more phone calls. Don't do any more Zoom. Nothing. Nothing happens from this office with the WHO. Snip, snip, snip. That's huge. That's absolutely huge. And of course, the fake doctors. What about bird flu? You're telling me we don't have enough information with the people who work in America for America? We don't have enough there that we need to hear from the WHO? Sorry. If not, then you need to be replaced. And we're still not done. Breaking. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem releases photos of these nuts arrested for various crimes like, yep, and that, and that, and that. I'll let you read it. So Kristi Noem is out there doing something that Mayorkas has never done. When did she get in office? Yesterday? Day before? And she's already in there kicking butt and taking names. Kristi Noem is letting you know these people do bad stuff. And so, of course, what you're going to hear in the media is like, oh my God, they're publicizing all this stuff about these people. It's so bad. Call Selena Gomez, have a concert, and cry. I don't give a crap. Go ahead and cry to your heart's content. We're done with you. And that is all the news I could pull that quickly. Excuse me. Yeah, Selena Gomez is crying for that. Actually, how much? I mean, we've been going for 4 hours. Might as well finish it off. What did I have? 8 minutes of stuff. All right. So let me, since I put this together, you ready for another 15 minutes or so? Let's talk about this. Ready? Because this is kind of this is kind of interesting. So let me finish what I had put together.
Detention started at 3. We got there about 5:30, 5:45. That's the pictures you're seeing right now. And we counted about 50 people on that bus. They pulled away. They're being processed as we speak. We're told they have criminal records. We're not sure at what level, but they are being held right now by ICE agents. The process continues. There were drugs inside, some dollar amounts. We're not sure.
So that was one of the raids against Tres Leches. And it was early in the morning, and it was cold, and people were watching. Again, the optics, you can see it. Now this is The View, I believe, and it's their resident nut, one of the resident nuts over there. Let's listen to what she has to say.
Got a kid in school, if you got a U.S. citizen school, let that school know. Give them a list of adults that can go pick up that kid if you are
Why would someone who's an American citizen be worried about their kid getting picked up by ICE? Do the people at The View not understand that? That if you're an American citizen, you're not in trouble? I mean, she actually said that. Let me let you hear that again. Okay, where was that? Okay.
School, if you got a U.S. citizen school, let that
Oh well.
That school know. Give them a list of adults that can go pick up that kid if you are taken in. Have your documents ready. If you can consult with a lawyer, por el amor de Dios, háganlo. And all of those people crying right now and feeling bad by the way they voted, there's going to be another election in 2 years. So, and we're going to have to wait 2 years of pain. So if you want things to change, get yourselves registered, get yourself active. There's no reason why we should be playing, rolling over.
Get yourself registered. She just, on national television, which all of you should put it out there right now and let Disney know, she just advocated for newcomers to get registered to vote fraudulently. That's how insane these people are. That's how crazy. She couldn't even talk because I don't know what she's talking about. American citizens, blah, 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 blah. And, do what you got to do and get your documents in it and register the vote. Where? California? Because that's about the only place that allows the nuts to do it. But we already don't care about California because they already vote red all the time. Hopefully we can flip it. But she just went on television advocating for illegals to vote. Got it.
To answer your question, which is this the immigration fix that this country wanted? I think absolutely there are certain people that wanted to see this kind of pain and destruction for a certain group or type of immigrant. Because if you look at the numbers, yes, the number of immigrants that come from Mexico or Mexican born are the largest. But the next largest are Asians. 28% of them come. I don't think they walk across the southern border. I think they come by plane. The next largest are Europeans. I don't think they walk either.
Wow. Wow. I knew these people were stupid. I can't believe they were this stupid. It just tells you what you need to be able to be on television. It just tells you how low of an intellect you actually need to be on broadcast television. Hey, why aren't they deporting the white people? Why aren't they deporting the Asians? Because they didn't sneak into the country? Could that be it?
I'm just saying immigrants, right?
Oh, not undocumented, though.
A lot of them are undocumented, actually.
But that's not the stat for being.
But a lot of them come by plane and they overstay their visas. They overstay their visas. They overstay.
She was trying to throw her a lifeline. This was like, that show where I want to be a millionaire, and she was throwing her a lifeline. Let me bail you out. You sound really stupid. That's not the same thing. Oh, yeah, but it could be. Yeah, could be. Yeah.
Overstay their visas, so they're undocumented. The Europeans that come here that overstay their visas are undocumented, but they don't come across the southern border. So I think there's a very clear message as to what this president wants the look of a criminal migrant to look like, what an undocumented migrant. And I think that's racist. Let me also say that, in my view, he has circumvented established law by weaponizing the U.S. military.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Generally, before being deported, you have an asylum case pending in front of a court, and you must appear in front of that judge. Right now, there are 3 million asylum cases and 900 judges. That is why the bipartisan bill that was going to be passed addressed that particular issue. Instead of dealing with it legally in that way, and I'm not saying he's doing it illegally, what he did was declared a national emergency that qualifies as a foreign invasion, and on the U.S.-Mexico border, not any other border. And that cleared the way for the Department of Defense to deploy the military at a 60% increase. I just think that our military members, many of them did not join the military to do that job. And let me say just finally that they are also racially profiling in doing this.
I wanted that to play because there was so much wrong and so much misinformation in that period of time that you just sat back and go, what in the hell is she talking about? And the people in the audience, same as the people who are protesting in Colorado about the gangs being told to go away. She has no clue. That is literally the blind leading the blind. If they really want to enforce misinformation, that's one of the shows that should go off the air. They should just watch that tape and just go, you're done. You're done. You make no sense whatsoever. Where was that one I just showed you? Let me ask you, Sonny. Or did I still have it here? Yeah, Sonny, I got a question. I don't know. You tell me what these guys look like. Since you think, the Canadians or Europeans are this way. So, you have to begin realizing at this point that there is no Democrat Party. It doesn't exist. I'm going to say it right now, January of 2025. There is no Democrat Party. It's a collection of nuts that they're working hard to keep cohesively bonded to do what they're told. These people can't think for themselves. There is no rational thought. And so they have people like the people on The View. They have people like Joy Reid and Mr. Eraserhead because they don't allow you to think. And so there's enough of these people who just, I hear and I obey. I hear and I obey. Because there's no way a person with a rational mind, with a functioning frontal lobe, could hear the BS that comes out of their mouths, without raising a hand and going, you're lying to me. And all these people have done since November 5th is ignore that it happened. That is not how you ever overcome a loss. You just can't keep doing the same stuff. I'm not going to tell them what they need to do. I'm just pointing out to you. These people are gone. Absolutely gone. They cannot win another election because these people can't be trusted to do anything other than be mindless robots. Hopefully somehow we snap them out of it. Hopefully they're not walking around, hey, let's keep the gangs in here because it's not that bad. And Sunny Hostin from The View, she's telling me the truth. And Joy Reid, oh, she's phenomenal. How much of a flipping mental midget do you have to be? I'm even seeing people on X, people like Michael Rappaport, who is a staunch Democrat, who hated Trump, going, you people are sick and stupid. He's calling them out. Man.
They attacked the kids. I sat there until I reached my limit. I couldn't take it anymore. People fainted. I asked to leave and he choked me. He pulled my handcuffs. I couldn't stay because I was handcuffed on my feet and stomach. There was nothing I could do. The security guard's arm started bleeding because he was pulling my chain, squeezing me.
CNN just decided to run that, not just, but they ran that with no verification whatsoever. Nobody said, hey, what security guard? What agent? Who did it? What are you talking about? Again, it's gaslighting. It's MK Ultra. It's all mixed in together to keep these people being complete morons. Well, Barry, why do you keep showing it? I'm showing it so hopefully you never succumb to this. I'm showing it so you can point it out to people. Like, hey man, did you go to high school or college to get stupid? Because right now you must have went to college to get stupid. Think. Try to... Forget it. Don't even talk to them. They're done.
The first story that we're learning from is CNN affiliate WLS. This is in a northern suburb. A woman says that her father was picked up by ICE after ICE knocked on his door and then arrested him. This is a man who's 44 years old. He's a grandfather, and he arrived here from Mexico 30 years ago.
Hi. I only run a small YouTube channel compared to CNN, even though I kicked their butts many, many times. And if Ashley or anybody else, and she's like, hey, I got someone that wants to talk to you. Yeah, okay, what's up? Yeah, talk to me. Yeah, these guys, they came and they took my dad and they didn't say anything. I wouldn't run with that on my channel. And you just heard a CNN anchor. Well, this lady told me that, she saw a unicorn. Because that's essentially what she just said. I want you to hear this one more time. Because you got to hear the exact words that she said. A lady told me. Ready? Listen.
The first story that we're learning from is CNN affiliate WLS. This is in a northern suburb. A woman says that her father was picked up by ICE after ICE knocked on his door and then arrested him. This is a man who's 44 years old. He's a grandfather, and he arrived here from Mexico 30 years ago.
A woman said. This story is coming from, somebody who knew a cousin. This woman, that's news. That is actual news on CNN. God help us. And I say that because God help us if there's an audience that listens to this crap. If there are actual human beings who sit in front of a television and listen to the BS and not even realize, do you understand what she just said? You understand? She said a lady told a lady, and the lady said this. That's news. If I came on here and said that to you, if I came and said to you, hey, I heard from a lady who talked to another lady who said that Donald Trump took a poop on her sheets, you'd be like, Perry, what the hell are you talking about? That's what she just did. That's what CNN just did. I heard, and I'm going to go ahead and repeat it to you. You couldn't even get in touch with the lady? my cousin Biddy. The mainstream media is talking to a very low percentage of United States citizens. It's funny. Jack Posobiec has been talking and going, if these videos are true that we're seeing at Home Depot and Lowe's and Target, if these videos are true that they're empty, and if restaurants can't staff people, how many of these people were actually in the country? Because if it's ghost towns in these areas, it was probably a lot more than we ever knew. So you may be right. A 44-year-old grandfather. Yeah, there's someone that somebody should look into. How the hell are you, a 44-year-old grandfather? But yeah, exactly. TV needs and talk shows want dumber and dumber. Why does anyone listen to these idiots? Ashamed of women who do. Yeah. Take your parents away. Go see your parents. Take them out to the beach. Take them skiing. Do something. Don't let them watch this crap. Now, I talked to you about the Pope earlier today. Was it earlier today? Yeah, I think it was earlier today. And we were talking about the Pope, and I'm like, dude, you need to shut up. I mean, no, it was yesterday with J.D. Vance. You need to shut up. We know what you've done. We know what some of these priests have done. I went to Catholic school. I can tell you what some priests, I told you. Why is the Catholic Church getting so much money from the United States government? Why does the Catholic Church get so much money when they are facilitating what amounts to the enemy?
My name's Barb Graham, and I'm an attorney at Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Milwaukee in the Refugee and Immigration Services Program. This is a video about knowing your rights if Immigration and Customs Enforcement approaches you. All people living in the United States, including people who are undocumented, have certain rights under the United States Constitution. If immigration officers, what we sometimes call Immigration and Customs Enforcement or ICE, come to your workplace, they must have a valid search warrant or the consent of your employer to enter non-public areas. If you are undocumented and immigration officers come to your workplace, be aware of the following.
So, you have the Catholic Church putting out videos to tell people how to avoid United States laws. And we probably paid for this video. They get $100 million plus from the American government of your money. $100+ million from you. And you, and you, and you, and you. To tell people how to screw you, and you, and you, and you.
First, do not panic and do not run away. If you are frightened and feel like you need to leave, you can calmly walk toward the exit. If you are stopped, you may ask if you are free to leave. If the officer says no, do not try to exit the building. If you are questioned, you may tell them you want to remain silent. 2, you have the right to remain silent. You do not need to speak to the immigration authorities or answer any questions. If you are asked where you were born or how you entered the United States, you may simply refuse to answer or remain silent. If you choose to remain silent, say so out loud. If they ask you to stand in a group according to your immigration status, you do not have to move, or you can move to an area that is not designated for any particular group.
How many of you have been to Rome? And I mentioned this last night. When you go to Rome and you're like, this is just amazing. Vatican City. It is its own little city inside of a city. It's not in Rome, it's in Vatican City. And you got the giant piazza, and you got the abundant wealth of the Vatican, and you won't see one single newcomer, homeless person. Nope. But you'll take our money and use it against us to promote this kind of an ideology. Make that make sense. Why would I fund you to attack me? Is there anyone that you would give money to and say, here's $20, spit in my face? What? Yeah, here's $20, spit in my face. I deserve it. That's what Biden and many presidents have been doing. Why are we giving these people money?
Show a Know Your Rights card to an officer that explains that you will remain silent and you wish to speak to a lawyer. You may refuse to show identity documents and say what country you are from. Do not, though, show any false documents and do not lie. Third, you have the right to speak to a lawyer. If you are detained or taken into custody, you have the right to immediately contact a lawyer. Even if you do not have a lawyer, you may tell immigration officers that you want to speak to one. If you have a lawyer, you have the right to talk to them. If you have signed a form called a G-28, which shows that you have a lawyer, give it to the officer. If you do not have a lawyer, ask for an immigration officer for a list of pro bono lawyers. You also have the right to contact your consulate. The consulate may be able to assist you in locating a lawyer. You can refuse to...
Wait. You're going to ask to see the consulate of the country that you fled from. And you want to ask that consulate to help you stay in America illegally. And we have the Catholic Church, who we give 100 million plus per year, telling people how to avoid being deported. I just wanted you to let this sink in.
Sign any or all paperwork until you've had the opportunity to speak to a lawyer. If you choose to sign something without speaking to a lawyer, be sure you understand exactly what the document says and what the document means before you sign it. If you want more information about your rights or to learn you might be eligible for immigration benefits or relief, speak to a reputable immigration lawyer. You can go to the American Immigration Lawyers Association to connect with a lawyer in your area.
Now those...
Great. So the Catholic Church, so just so you know, the Pope came out yesterday or a couple of days ago and said, Donald Trump is evil and he shouldn't be doing it. Meanwhile, all these other countries, Sweden and Germany, all these other countries in Europe got overrun by these newcomers. They've lost their identity, many of them. England, they've lost their identity. And it's amazing that not a single one climbed the wall of Vatican City. Not one. And so you're sitting up there with the golden chalice and the golden throne, pointing fingers at everybody else, and you've never taken in one refugee. Not one. There's nobody there. The Swiss Guard ain't letting them in. It ain't happening. You're a fraud. You're an absolute fraud. It's when you step back and look and say, look at all these forces that are working against Trump. It's amazing to sit back and go, how did this guy get in? How did he become president? It's got to be God. Everybody, all these countries are so against him. The Vatican, vast amounts of wealth with nothing but evil in their heart against the United States. And if he hadn't won, you and I would be subjects. There's no chance I'd still have a YouTube channel. No chance whatsoever. Be done. Setting up smoke signals in the backyard, trying to get a hold of people. Done. And right now, we are hanging. Although it looks like, things are going so well, we are hanging. And the reason why I say we're hanging is because all of these people, and I mean a lot, want to still take us down. And many of them are within. Which is why, earlier, a lot of you guys asked me, Like, people actually put it in here, and they were asking me, Barry, why do you say that? Why do you say things are about to break loose? There's too much money, too much power that wants to see us fall. And they had it. They were on the precipice of it, and the demented one completely vomited during the debate. And then they were stuck with the cackling nut job. They were close. They were very close. They're so close, they know that they were very close. They're so close, they're like, we can do this. We can definitely do this. We just need to hold him off a bit. Knock him off his kilter. Keep his people thinking he can't make it. The only thing that's working so well right now is what we've just done. So much. The guy talked for an hour. I talked for an hour or so beforehand, and it just keeps happening. And I'm sure if I refresh X, there's more stuff. It just he's overwhelming them, as they say. He's flooding the box. They do not have enough blockers for everything that he's doing to them. The media can't handle it. The Democrat Party can't handle it. It's just tsunami, just bringing the heat to them. I don't know how much longer it can go on. There's only so much he's going to get to. But we shall see. And we'll see it this week, because it will be crazy. It will be absolutely crazy. That is for sure. I mean, it will be nuts to see what happens over the next 3 or 4 days. Crazy. All right, so what do I have? Do I have anything left to go over with you? Let me finish this uplifting part of this video.
Criminals who came here, which is what Tom Homan is targeting right now. You know, we feel good about the fact that they're being taken back to their countries and taken out of our neighborhoods. You know, we are already dealing with high crime. And so it's good to know that someone has our back. You know, I've been listening to our mayor and our governor the last couple of days, basically doubling down on not even being willing to assist in helping them to get criminals out of our community. And, you know, one of the things that...
So this woman from Chicago and many Chicagoans have stepped up and said, what are you doing? The mayor, the governor, you're not doing anything to help us, and you're forcing these people down our throats. Why? Why are they doing it? Why are they ignoring their constituents? Why is it more important to bring these people in and protect them? Every weekend in Chicago, there's always a body count. Pretty big body count. Sizable. They've never done anything about it. But they're going overboard to protect the newcomers.
You'll hear Mayor Brian Johnson say that crime is down in the city of Chicago. I live approximately 3 blocks from the mayor, and my husband was carjacked in front of our house on Monday. So I don't need to hear people talking to me about how we're being insensitive to other people when we're fighting our own issues right here in our community. And so to compile those with criminals from other places is unacceptable. Yeah. You know, Tom Homan, you are welcome. I voted for President Trump. And let me tell you something. I was one of those lifelong Democrats. I started voting at 18, voted in every election, voted Democrat in every election except this last one, because I'm just tired. I'm tired of the same old thing happening from the Democratic Party. I'm so glad that President Trump is now delivering on some of his promises.
And that's their demise. They have pissed off so many people in the black community, so many people in the Hispanic community. I'm telling you, I know for a fact, many black people are looking at this and going, this ain't it. This ain't it. And I showed you something from Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen Reports, and it's been proven. The numbers are overwhelmingly in support of Trump. They're tipping to 60% close to. They can never win again with those kind of numbers. It's only going to tip more as Trump does more. the desperation is going to continue to set in. And when people become desperate, you got to watch out. You have to watch out for people when they get desperate. Now, obviously, it's already 7:30, so I won't be doing a second show. So let's go ahead and get ready to give out some hoodies tonight. Yesterday, I did give out hoodies, but by the time we I started rolling the credits, I got more news for you. Thank you, SB. Unbelievable. Then we'll get to the hoodies. Unreal. Yeah, this is the guy that Steve Bannon had a problem with, huh? Breaking. Elon Musk has donated $10 million to the J6 families to jumpstart their lives. I just want you to have that news. I just want you to see that and realize the dude's a good dude. $10 million bucks. Restart your lives. Which makes it, Ashley, if you're still on, I don't know if you had to go feed the kids, but need to find out from Kim for tomorrow if she getting some of that 10 million. She get some of that scratch. I'd be happy for her if she was. Let me go ahead and get ready. Whew, that's amazing. That's simply amazing when you think about that, isn't it? Okay. Let me put the hoodie thing together here. Okay, so let's go ahead and give away 3 hoodies. It's been a long day, but thank you guys for tuning in. And let's go ahead and roll the drum roll. And the winner is John. Oh, I got the wrong window. John Wagner, you won. You're the one who won. Hold on. There it is. You can actually see it this time. I guess you can't. I don't know what I did. But anyway, John Wagner, you won. John Wagner. Why that's not showing, I can't tell. Oh, this wrong window. There it is. John Wagner. John Wagner is the first winner. Let's go ahead and do another one. And now I have that up. Number 2 is Jim Miller. Jim Miller, you have won a new hoodie. That's 2 and one more for the evening before we hit the super chats. This one is going to Fred Hambrecht. Fred Hambrecht. So we must have hit the rows of the guys, because that's 2 nights in a row when it's been 3 guys. So congratulations, guys. Good for you. Good for you to get in there and elbow your way in. All right, so if you guys want to join us over on X, go to fanfareshop.org/group to take us to join. It's free, completely private. And then let me go ahead and put up the hoodie link so you can go. Okay, so you can enter to win tomorrow. Fanfareshop.org. Just go to the front page and you'll see a little sign up form. That's all you got to do. It's completely free, and you guys will be able to sign up. Again, I want to thank you so much. Tomorrow I'll probably. I was number 2 in the rankings for Sunday. A lot of the big dogs, like I said, don't broadcast on Sunday. So I was number 2. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, because I'm sure all the big guys will be back, I'll probably be 15, 16 again, somewhere in that neighborhood. But we're consistently showing up because you are consistently showing up. We're consistently showing up because you guys like it, and you're here for, 4+ hours. Love it. Thank you very, very much for showing up and supporting the channel. Let's go ahead and do the super chats. Beverly Litton, in all your spare time, look into RFK Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci. That's spare time. I have whatever spare time I have is spent with the wife, obviously. George Rivera Jr., the Catholic Church sees big C and little c's. A big C is Jesus is Lord. A little c is fish on Fridays. The Pope's a big C is communism. Yeah, I agree with that. Hi, Donna. How are you? Donna, why do I keep hearing about Trump in 2 years? Because they have focused at this point on the next 2026. In their mind, that we got to take him down in 2026. But they don't have anything right now. They could always regroup, but right now, Beverly Lytton, there are a lot of educators who believe in CNN and NBC and those stations. Couldn't tell you why. The fact that you put educators in that sentence makes it even scarier. Ronald Zimmerman Barry thought the new head of the FCC is supposed to go after the media. Yep, I posted something yesterday where he did indeed say he's going after them. Let's see here. Connie Cole, I can't stand how ignorant the libs are. Yeah, I feel for you. Barry, Ronald Zimmerman, Barry had a long day today. I planned on doing my 3 o'clock show and my 7:30 show. I didn't know it would be one show. Tom Starkey, thank you. Cops are doing sting operations in liberal states. Yep, and they can't stop them, obviously. So Tom Homan, he's kicking butt and taking names. Ken Hollis, homeless and broke, but I give to you because you inspire me. You mods, keep that Ken's name for me, please. National sales tax of 20-something% would hurt people on Social Security who pay no income. Please correct me, Barry. Well, you already pay no income tax, which means they would probably do some sort of exemption for people in your situation. It's not that difficult, not at all. That can be written into the law rather easy. And the Democrats wouldn't want to fight that. Joy Kirkland, let them all move to Connecticut. That way Homeland will know exactly where to find them. Fish in a barrel. My poor Connecticut. I cannot believe what it's turned into. It's so sad. So sad. So very sad. Beverly Lytton, most likely more like them all over America. Maybe those nuts need to see pictures of Trace Lacey's victims. Yep, I agree. It seems like they don't care. Judy Grinsley, Barry, I have to tell you that I would be more wary of a 15-pound Chihuahua than a 90-pound Roddy. He gets done. If you could see him right now, he's just laying on his back, just his paws up in the air. He's living his best life. Look at him. Oh gosh, he just waits for me. B. Michael Nays, thanks, Barry. Happy we got Trump back. Now we win. Now we win, but every single day we have to fight. Every single day. Just remember that. Stephen Harmon, I'm thinking in 1.5, 2 years there'll be no more income tax. What did you say, Barry? I could foresee that. I could definitely foresee that. Especially, you see, the Democrats are plotting for 2 years. The Republicans, if they pick up more and they have a supermajority, there'll definitely be no income tax. That's what we need to fight for. Ryan, read this, Barry. No foreign aid, including Israel. We've given Israel the most foreign aid out of any country since its founding. What have they given to America? I support giving aid to Israel because they are surrounded by enemies all the way around. If Israel doesn't survive, you know what happens after that, right? You know what comes next. Over 50 and fabulous, fantabulous. No, you're not dreaming. Yes, Trump is president and we are winning. I love that. Over 50 and fantabulous. Raven Kirkendall, hi Barry, you said you hadn't heard from me in a while. I watch faithfully, I love your show personally and appreciate your Seinfeld references. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I used to love Seinfeld. I remember when my wife and I first met, it was like Seinfeld dates. we would always watch Seinfeld, get a pizza or something back in the day when I could eat pizza, and we would just watch Seinfeld. It was awesome. Born on the 4th, the right is moving historically while the left is moving hysterically. Love that. Love that. That is exactly what's happening right now. Like chickens with their heads cut off. No tax on Social Security income. I bet you that could be coming. It makes total sense. Let me just get to the next one. Demon of Cybertron. Big homie CC works to rescue people from trafficking. He recently did an interview with Michael Frances. He would be a Rumble type of interview. Oh, so he's got those kinds of stories. I got you. Yeah, I'd love to talk to him. Hey, Ashley, go ahead and look that guy up. All right, hold on. Next page. Kevin Cleaver, thank you very much. Shally Ramos, Barry here in Massachusetts. This state is crazy. Yep. Whole Northeast. The whole Northeast has gone crazy. Timothy Carter, what is Tucker Carlson? Does he have anything to do with Trump cabinet? No, Tucker's just doing his podcast, doing his thing. I am sure that he talks to him quite often. Mountainside Goddess, the statewide tax rate is 7.2%, 7.25 in most areas of California. Local jurisdictions have added district taxes that increase tax owed. I couldn't even imagine living in California. Nope. Okay. Dave the Patriot, I'm enjoying this being unburdened by what has been. D-Lad, did you ever look into Jesse Lee Peterson? No, I will have to look into that. Raise, how will the trans be discharged? I hope not medical with benefits for the rest of their lives. Good question. Hopefully it's dishonorable. Because if they're not, that's a good question. We'll have to follow that. How are they going to be discharged? Yeah, I would love to know that myself. Love to know it. Janice Marie, where'd that go? Janice Marie Coleman, Trump pleasers. What's that say? Yeah, Keystone now. Oh, Keystone 1 can afford anymore. Yeah, I don't know what he can do to revive the Keystone pipeline. I think that's what you're saying. But gonna have to do something. You got a lot of oil in Alaska. Oh, Anwar. Caleb McIntosh, I'm so stoked about all Trump's confirmations. Oh, this week is going to be massive. I mean, absolutely massive. Go ahead and put a seatbelt on this week. Joy Kirkland, let them serve, but no taxpayer surgeries of any kind that would inhibit them from doing the sworn oath they took to get in the military. There's a video that's actually going around where this woman says that she didn't join the military to fight. She joined the military simply for benefits. And she wants her benefits. That's it. That's how it's going to be. Okay. Glenda Cruz, glad they can go back to work. Love our military. D-Lad, nice job on intros and outros, man. Well thought out. Thank you very much. I know some people don't like some. There's never going to be something that pleases every single person. But, it's a majority type thing here. Thanks, Barry. The real info with excellent commentary. Thank you very much. Joy Kirkland again. Love the shirt, Barry. Blue is better, and I can only speak for myself, but we don't mind watching you work, my brother. Thank you. Sometimes it's crazy. I feel like Rick Wakeman and Yes. Some of you guys will know that. If you ever seen Yes, and Rick Wakeman would be playing a keyboard here and another one here, and he would turn and play keyboard. That's how I feel sometimes. Like I got this, and move everything around. Let me just turn that off right now because I don't need that. And yes. I just dated myself there by talking about Rick Wakeman. I really like your interviews, Monica, Michael, and your other guests recently. You're better than Margaret Brennan. Thank you very much. Yeah, Ashley's doing a good job getting some people in here. Got more to come. Brian Reeves, great interview with the Congressman Barry. We need more interviews like this. Thanks for everything you and the mods do. Thank you very, very much. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed hearing from Michael. And he's a congressman many people don't know about. So, you got to see something behind the screen. Daniel Meyer, thank you. I mean, to me, that's pretty cool. I mean, he's not MTG. He's not, a big name. He just got there. So it's pretty, and I wanted you guys to hear from him. Party Dog, Barry, you said fruitcake. That must mean that free speech and happy days are back again. I think I can say fruitcake. They didn't tell me I couldn't say fruitcake. Sandra JG, I grew up in the 1950s. Real men were in charge, so you felt a sense of stability. Many of those folks have never lived. That's true. Didn't think about that. Many of these people never lived with the kind of stability that we grew up with. Jeremy, when will our Republican Congress make it treason to ignore our immigration laws? It should be, because many of them are facilitating it. That's one of the problems. They're doing it. Michael, very love your show, and also the way you explained all the data. You will find I learn some things new every day. God bless you and your family. Thank you. Brad Crane, have you seen 1941 Citizen Kane? Yes, I have. Great movie. Great movie. Not a good movie, a great movie. Soon we'll have to dash a bucket of water on my President Trump because the man is on fire. He's really shaking up the world. Party Dog, you got me. I was looking at that going, bucket of water on him. I'm like, okay, got to cool him off. He's on fire. Mr. Mike, Biden-Harris administration sold America out to the highest bidder. Most likely. No, they didn't. You can look at those two people. They didn't do crap. It wasn't them. They were puppets. They were just told, you do what we tell you to do. That's obvious. Just wonder who was behind the scenes. Jeremy Hughes, what are the Dems going to do? Run on stealing our tax dollars and giving it to illegals? Or what are they going to... As of right now, there is no Democrat Party. I say that with full confidence. There is none. They got nothing. Even the media, they got nothing. That doesn't mean that they won't, but, what are they going to do? Run steam lung tax dollars a while out and go to hell. Don't sell them short. They'll try, but I don't know who that person is. If that person is like, they haven't revealed themselves yet. I read a book. What's that book with Max? Is it up on the shelf there? Max Lucado, Nikolai Karpathy. Some of you guys may have read Max Lucado's books and know who I'm talking about when I say Nikolai Karpathy. Read that. Remember the old TV show Family Matters? Go home, Steve. Go home. Urkel. Jerry Hinson. Why don't these reporters go to Biden and ask him why he did this to us? Nope. Because then they would have to basically admit their complicity. Part Dog, it's their own fault for uprooting themselves from their homes because they were stupid enough to believe the words of a senile old man with dementia. Yep, and now they're finding out. Raise, do not underestimate the powers of the American patriots and our leaders. We will rock your world, just as Trump said. FAO. Screw around and find out. Absolutely. Ruth McCurdy, best shirt of all. Why you like this shirt? Wow. Oh, I'm going to have to go shopping. Gotta go shopping, get more of these shirts. CR, it would not have happened if they didn't come here illegally. Yeah, I don't want to hear you crying. God knows, I grew up, many of you probably grew up, and, the parents were like, what you crying for? What you crying for? You did this, not me. Lynn Goldmeyer, my neighbor had a visit from ICE yesterday. The people are beyond crazy and screaming. What part of the legal do you not understand? They don't. They really don't. They don't. Who knows what they were told on these flights and everything else? Who knows what they were what kind of pitch were they given? Would love to interview some of these people. But hey, can you tell me what they told you? that made you cross the desert and give a coyote 1,000, 10, 15,000, let you cross across this desert, walk all that way, if you walk that way. That's another thing. Kevin, love you and the people in the house. Watch y'all. You can rock, brother. I know you're hard to bring us all the news. May God bless you in Jesus' name. Wow, very, very thankful for that. Thank you very much. And Ernest Spencer Berry just saw this morning that a bet when he... Oh, in the Catholic Lutheran Church, they're going nearly 700 million beta. Yeah. And Tom Chow. Thank you very, 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 very much. All right, so we ended up having like 2 shows in one. Ended up going through 5 hours. 5 hours. Did not plan on that, but thank you guys for tuning in anyway. I greatly appreciate it. And we shall see you tomorrow once I rest. And actually, I'm going to be here early tomorrow. Let me go back here and check something. I'm going to be early. There's 2 reasons why we're going to be early tomorrow. I have an interview. I have an early interview, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be tomorrow morning. It might just be Caroline Leavitt's first press conference. Not sure, but of the time. But I'm pretty sure because Monica told us that there's going to be a press conference. So we'll have to check it out. Thank you for watching. Join our X group so you can see. I'll post in there. You guys can see what the schedule is going to look like. Thank you very much.